Sorry, I'm just having some, Jaden, you can, sorry, I'm just having some technical difficulties up here. We'll just take a 2-minute recess here to get everybody sorted. Bill, what do you mean C. Patrick's not on? Okay, I think we are back in action. I will call commencement to the meeting here at 9:33. Thank you very much. All of us are in attendance except Councillor Patrick is attending online this morning. I'd ask for a motion for the adoption of the agenda as presented. Thank you very much, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, thanks. That the May 12th, 2026 agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote. And that passed 6-0. Do we have, she's not, still not on? Okay, I was talking to her this morning, so we have quorum, so that's fine. We'll continue down the list and start with our presentations, delegations, and announcements. And I'm gonna invite Celine Fairbank up to speak from the Alberta Capital Airshed. Thank you very much. Just to note real quickly, you do have 5 minutes. You'll see a timer on the screen. At 30 seconds, you'll hear a bell. That's often creates a bit of panic, but it's not that you're done, but you have 30 seconds left. And then we'll follow up with questions if there is. So thank you. Please start when you're ready.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and councilors, for having us this morning. My name is Colton Narabeski. I'm the membership coordinator at Alberta Capital Airshed, and joining me this morning is...
Hi, Selena Fairbank, engagement coordinator with Alberta Capital Airshed.
Yeah. We're here just to talk to you this morning about Alberta Capital Airshed, introduce ourselves a little bit and what we're doing in the community. So who is Alberta Capital Airshed? We are responsible for monitoring, evaluating, reporting, and educating the public about outdoor air quality, including the Air Quality Health Index, or AQHI. Our boundaries expand north to Athabasca and south to Camrose-Wetaskiwin area, with much of our monitoring concentrated in and around the capital region.
Sorry, this is not our presentation. Can I?
Just, yeah, just bear with us 1 second. We can restart it as well. And Jaden, if you don't mind, if you could just turn the volume up a little bit. They can have 10? Okay, and respectfully, you guys can have 10 minutes if you need it to present.
Yeah, they both signed up as individual speakers,
as
so it's up to you, Mayor, on your
Yeah.
discretion.
That's fine.
We'll be done in 5, don't worry.
We're just gonna get the mic turned up a little bit. There we go. Okay. We'll get your presentation up here.
And don't worry, we'll reset the clock as well. you know.
Sure.
Okay,
We're
we're
seeing-
still, there we go. Okay,
All right.
There we go. We'll reset the shot clock. There we go. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
All right, so who is Alberta Capital Airshed? We're responsible for monitoring, evaluating, reporting, and educating the public about outdoor air quality, including the Air Quality Health Index, or AQHI. Our boundaries expand north to Athabasca and south to Camrose, Wetaskiwin area, with much of our monitoring concentrated in and around the capital region. As a nonprofit, ACA receives funding from 3 primary streams, including monitoring agreements, grants, and membership fees, which include emitters and others such as municipalities like St. Albert. ACA is one of 10 airsheds within Alberta, and across the province, airsheds operate over 90 continuous monitoring stations and hundreds of other monitoring sites. ACA uses several different methods to monitor air quality, including continuous monitoring stations, integrated sampling, sensor-based, and microsensor technology. Together, this allows us to collect and provide broad, accurate data to support public reporting and community health. We operate 8 continuous monitoring stations, with 6 of those in the Edmonton area, including the St. Albert station, and 2 in the Athabasca region. We also have about 60 fine particulate matter microsensors operating throughout our network. Our monitoring network collects a lot of data, with most parameters collecting data every minute of the day, 24/7, 365. We have 2 streams of data available: the public-facing live data map, which is available on our website, which shows real-time air quality data from our stations and microsensors, including the AQHI, and then in our members portal, where members can access historical data, comparison tools, calendar plots, exceedance reports, and more. As a member, St. Albert has access to monthly and annual reports that highlight and analyze local air quality monitoring data.
at ACA, we have a robust education and outreach program and engage with our community and our members in a variety of ways. We attend members' events to share information about ACA and air quality. This year, we are going to be attending the St. Albert Children's Festival. We are looking forward to that. We have free air quality education resources available for teachers, host clean air webinar series, are active on social media, and have a monthly newsletter that goes out. Our community guide to wildfire smoke and health is a members-only resource that we recently developed, designed to support our municipalities and other organizations in planning for and responding to wildfire smoke events. We also recently launched our Air Aware Wildfire Smoke and Health Workshop, which is designed to help individuals and organizations better understand the connection between wildfire smoke and health. At ACA, we offer a full suite of air quality services designed to support industry, government, and community partners across operations, assessment, and public engagement. Our cost recovery services are available for both members and non-members, and these services can include air quality monitoring, modeling, as well as communication and engagement services. So the image on the slide actually showcases one of our AQHI cloud lights in a library, and this is a tool that we use to make air quality AQHI data visible in a public space and help raise awareness. St. Albert has been a member of ACA since 2012, and we appreciate your continued support. Our municipal members are valued partners and participate as ACA members voluntarily. By working closely with communities, ACA can play an integral role in addressing local air quality concerns. As a member, St. Albert has access to support for effective public engagement on air quality and odor concerns. Membership also provides a cost-effective way to meet environmental responsibilities. And as Colton mentioned, the city also has access to our data portal and local air quality data. Speaking of monitoring in St. Albert, we have one continuous air quality monitoring station, which is used to calculate the AQHI for the community. And there are also 3 PM 2.5 microsensors run by ACA and 2 additional microsensors outside of our network. This is a calendar plot of the daily AQHI for 2025 recorded at the St. Albert Monitoring Station. We can see that throughout much of the year, St. Albert experiences air quality in the low risk range. That would be the blue colors. We can see periods of time in January and February where we reach the moderate range, likely due to temperature inversions and stagnant winter air. We can also see in June and September, we were experiencing some periods of wildfire smoke, which did affect air quality regionally, and that would be the red colors. We are very excited to share that we will be unveiling the new station wrap on the St. Albert Station on Clean Air Day, June 3rd. This wrap was designed by artist Rachel Byer as part of our collaboration with Canadian Women in Design, and we hope to see everyone there. With that, thank you so much for having us today. I'll just draw your attention to one more image. This is the High Level Bridge in Edmonton, actually lit up in the AQHI scale colors, and this was on Clean Air Day a couple of years ago. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I would ask if there's any councillors that have any questions related to it at this point. Councillor Mackay.
No, thank you for the presentation. I mean, I probably lived in the community for 40 years and I've been involved in council for the last 8. And I think this is the first time this presentation was made. So thank you for bringing it forward. I learned something today and I.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Cortesh, go ahead.
Yeah, again, just want to thank you for the work that your organization does. I think you were out this past weekend, or was it last, at the Bless event, the World Migratory Bird Day. I think I saw you guys there, right? Was that? No? Okay, I thought I saw Airshed there. Maybe not. Okay, but yeah, use your information all the time, and the website there for soccer games or for even my students in high school, they use it all the time. So excellent information. Thanks for the presentation today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Councillor Mackay, been in the community for 40 years, on council for 40 years.
Sometimes it feels like
Yes,
that.
exactly.
I just want to let you know, we now can light up St. Albert Place. So perhaps I can't commit to that because we're going to talk about that later, but potentially there's an opportunity to do that as well.
That'd be great.
Exciting.
Thank you very much.
So much.
Thank you.
I'd invite Mary Ellen Shane down to speak now as well. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me here today. My name is Mary Ellen Shane. I'm the Director of Watershed Innovation with the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you about something that connects all of us, water. The health and security of St. Albert's water doesn't start or stop at the city boundaries. It depends on a larger watershed that we all share, which is why collaboration across that watershed is so important. And today I'm going to share a little bit about that bigger picture of the watershed, the role that the NSWA plays, and why that work matters to your community. Do I have control to advance the slide?
You should, or
Great. Okay. So before we talk about the NSWA, I think it's important to understand where St. Albert's water actually comes from, your drinking water. The North Saskatchewan watershed spans about 57,000 square kilometers from the Rocky Mountains all the way to the Saskatchewan border. It includes about 85 communities across our watershed. And roughly about 90% of the water that flows through the river originates in the headwaters, which is kind of that big area, west part. And that comes through rain, snow, and glacial melt. And that means that communities like St. Albert depend heavily on water produced far outside of their municipal boundaries. Our water security is connected to decisions made upstream, which is why collaboration across the watershed is essential. This is where the NSWA comes in. NSWA is a non-governmental organization that brings together municipalities, governments, and community partners together to address watershed issues and solutions. Our role is to facilitate collaboration, support planning, advance research, and help partners work together on solutions that no single organization can achieve alone. As other regional collaborative tables like EMRB and the Alberta Water Council disappear, NSWA is becoming one of the few remaining spaces dedicated to collaborating on this important issue of water. For municipalities, water management doesn't stop at the jurisdictional boundaries, which is why it's important to collaborate. Water management is a team sport. For municipalities, land use, stormwater, wetlands, drought, and water quality issues are affecting all neighboring communities, which means that no municipality can protect water security alone. NSWA helps to connect those shared interests, providing expertise in watershed science, public engagement, and project coordination so municipalities can work more efficiently together. We help turn fragmented types of efforts into coordinated action. We know that municipal budgets are stretched, which is why we focus on delivering strong value. For years, we've asked municipalities for just 60 cents per resident, and we've kept that request stable despite rising costs. And that investment, that small investment that you contribute regularly, and I do thank you for that contribution, it helps us to leverage larger grants, attract outside funding, and deliver regional projects, tools, and resources that would often be too expensive or too complex for one municipality to tackle alone. One of the most practical ways that NSWA delivers value is through our subwatershed alliances, where local governments and partners focus on the unique, specific local needs of this region. For St. Albert, that means the Sturgeon Subwatershed Alliance, where members worked collaboratively on priorities like salt management, wetland conservation, riparian health, and fish passage barrier issues. And just as importantly, it creates a space for municipalities to share successful policies, strategies, and lessons learned, saving time and accelerating progress. For St. Albert, this is not just participation, it's access to a regional network focused on solving watershed issues that directly affect your community. And beyond subwatershed work, the NSWA also leads major water basin initiatives that provide direct value to municipalities like St. Albert. One recent example is our water management roadmap, which examined how water availability in our basin will change over time, given changes to our water supply driven by climate change and glacial loss, in combination with rising water demands, which could impact long-term water availability. And more importantly, it identified strategies to improve water security for long-term water supply. We also recently completed a full update of our State of the Watershed report, which provides a comprehensive look at watershed health, governance, and ecosystem services across the basin. That's like a report card. On the natural infrastructure side, we supported intermunicipal wetland strategies, capacity building programs, which staff at St. Albert have tapped into, training opportunities that help municipalities better understand and protect wetlands as valuable natural infrastructure. We've also played an important role in building drought resilience through workshops, partnerships, and planning tools, while investing in future stewardship through initiatives like the Youth Water Council, which is a really great program that I hope you ask me about. Together, these projects show that NSWA it's not just a discussion table, we're a platform for turning collaboration into real tools, real knowledge, and real action. So at the end of the day, water connects us all, upstream and downstream, rural and urban. And by investing in watershed collaboration through the NSWA, St. Albert is doing more than just supporting an organization. It's strengthening its own water security, protecting infrastructure, and helping shape a more resilient future for the region. So thank you for your time and listening to my presentation today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. That was wonderful. I believe we do have some questions, so I'll start
Great.
it with Councillor Cortesh.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation and sharing what you do. Now, I know that you guys were at World Migratory Bird
It's true.
Day, so
Yes,
you
we
were
at
there.
Bless, yeah.
I know that. I saw you had the model there and teaching
That's right.
students what a watershed was, which was excellent. I picked up a copy of the book from the Youth Council. If you have copies of the book, I'm sure council
Oh,
would love
yes. I
to see
would love
that.
to share those. I don't have
Yeah.
them on me, but I will get them.
But
to you.
yeah, thanks as the council nominee for the Sturgeon River Watershed Council. I'm looking forward to getting involved and advancing the goals of the organization even further. So
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Well, now you're 1 for 2.
I know,
So
yeah.
that's 50%. That's
I'll
good.
take it.
That's good. Councillor Romansky, please go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for presenting. I've been working with the North Saskatchewan Watershed for my last whole term and whatever, and the work you do is such a vast area and such great work. But I'm familiar with the youth group project, so if you could just mention the couple that have done the last couple of years, I think
Yeah.
we would be interested in that.
Oh,
So,
absolutely. It's a wonderful program. So we've run it now for 3 years, and each year we get a new crop of high school students from right across the basin. They don't know each other, and they are brought together each term to learn a little bit about the watershed to improve their water literacy. And we give them a small budget for them to work with and design a watershed improvement project of their own design. So the first year they developed a watershed comic book, and the second year a toolkit that could, like a water monitoring toolkit that could be delivered to grade 6 classrooms or beyond, and allows kids to actually do sampling and monitoring in the watershed. And then this year they're actually working on a watershed trivia game, which can get delivered out. And it's very impressive. We've had the first year with the comic book, we ran, about 500 comic books, and then we got requests, and I think we're at closer to about 10,000 comic books have been delivered across the basin. So yes, it's been really wonderful.
great, and I know that you've gotten sponsors from the public, or are you still gathering sponsorship for that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we get sponsorship. Public as well as industry have been really great sponsors on those programs. So that's the legwork that we do to get that sponsorship, and then we provide it to the students, and they get to take that money and design whatever it is that they think would have an impact.
Excellent. Well, thank you for presenting.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll invite Joyce Scott to present now regarding the residential permit parking policy amendments.
But I am a resident of Dean Crescent. We've lived in St. Albert 24 years, not 40. I want to talk to you about a couple of my neighbors that came here a year ago and presented to council. I don't know if any of you were present at the time. And so unfortunately, one of them has decided to move because of this issue. And it may sound, well, is it really that bad? It is on days where we have no peace. A lot of swearing, a lot of yelling, a lot of car racing, a lot of upset neighbors, a lot of garbage cans knocked over. And we may say, well, these are teenagers being teenagers to some degree, yes, but I look at them as young adults. Going out into the world, this kind of behavior won't be tolerated anywhere else. So some of the issues are how the vehicles are parked. For myself, even trying to back out of my driveway can be very unsafe at times. I hold my breath, hang onto the steering wheel, and hope that I'm not going to hit one of their cars that's jammed in around me, or that one of them won't come racing around the corner and smash into me. They park really close to the aprons. There's unsafe entry and exit. The safety risks, the congestion, limited service access. So heaven forbid you have to have a contractor there. You may not be able to have them parked near your home. Garbage delays. We've had to have garbage trucks come back because the cars are blocking. I think it was last week, it was the street sweeping. So the kids, there's a sign, and of course, all the calls to bylaw from myself and everybody else, wait, all these cars are here, maybe hold off. So we're always balancing our life around the kids and the high school parking lot, which Dean Crescent has become. the kids, we've talked to them over the years. This has been happening, I would say the last 6 or 7 years, the worst of our 24. And we've talked to the kids, hey, what exactly is the issue? What's going on? Well, a couple of things. We have to pay for parking at the school. I said, okay, how much? And at that time it was $20 a year. What's the other issue? Well, we can't get out of the parking lot and turn left when we want to go for lunch. Okay. Anything else? Well, this is just easier. Okay. So I called the school, had a chat with the principal 3 years in a row about the charge. Is there any way you could incentivize by not charging the kids? Is there something you can do about the light? Well, that's not our problem, or some sort of light to help direct traffic. That's not our problem. That's a city problem. But then when I talk to someone at the city, well, no, that's a bylaw problem. So what we do is we just spin between the different entities on who's responsible for what. And what this develops is a lot of frustration in the neighborhood and no peace when school is in, none. Forget being in your front yard or doing anything outside because the street's blocked and it is a high school parking lot. There's a lot of displacement from other streets too, because there is parking permitting in other areas around us. So it's shoved everything onto Dean Crescent. It reaches out to Dunsmuir Crescent. So as I mentioned, my neighbors went around, did a survey, and because of the restrictions within the policy, which I understand Mr. Schick is going to speak about, he and I have had many conversations about this. Because of those restrictions, and we didn't meet the criteria for the whole crescent, which is huge, and the parking is only on the south side, well then, sorry, no go. We're back to September, starting off with new bylaw officers, on and on. It's just this repetitive spin cycle of problem. So I'm here to respectfully ask council to prioritize the residential permit parking for us, to act on the current survey, to apply it consistently around the area, and help work on some of the school root causes. There are problems there that I don't think anybody really looks at the kids and go, okay, what do you need to park where you're supposed to? It's not about opposing the students. My kids went there. Mind you, it's a number of years ago, but this problem didn't exist then. I don't know what has changed, but it's incredible. It's about safety, accessibility, and fair use of residential streets. What we're asking for is not exceptional. It's a reasonable, balanced solution to a problem that has already gone on too long. So I don't want to sound really complaining about this. We've tried everything. We've tried surveys. We've tried, talking to the kids. We've tried everything. So I'm asking for some help here. That's it. Any questions?
Well, thank you very much, Joy. I know I actually grew up down the street, so I've seen the challenges that are being faced on Dean Crescent. There's going to be some questions I have for administration once we get to that on our agenda. So I totally understand. I know that maybe it's a little bit exasperated because of the construction that was going on at the school, but I don't know if that is the full, I guess, excuse for the challenges that you are facing on Dean Crescent. However, I've seen it. I understand what you're dealing with, and I know it's frustrating. So it's certainly a conversation that we need to have. I'll turn it over to Councillor Cortash to if you have any comments.
Yeah, thanks so much for your presentation. I can feel your frustration, and I certainly understand your frustration. I live on a street that borders St. Albert High School, and I also work at St. Albert High, and I spend an inordinate amount of my time trying to teach students how to park properly and drive and picking up garbage, and it's an ongoing battle. I certainly appreciate your frustration. One of the challenges, you mentioned the challenges, the pay for parking, not turning left. Do you know if the Belrose parking lot, do they have capacity, or is their parking lot full during the day?
No, many of us drive by just to look.
Okay.
And there are spaces. I think I'm totally guessing here that how kids will decide that, ooh, this is a cool place to park. Let's go here. And sometimes they're walking further just to get on Dean. So they all sort of gravitate to the area, which is great. But the garbage is an issue too. Boy, nothing sets me off more than me having to go out with a snow shovel to pick up this garbage these kids have dropped in front of my house or on the boulevard. And so there is a behavior component to this for sure. But there's also, if you can just imagine, what a high school parking lot's like when kids are leaving. That's my street every single day, and the racing and the cursing and the swearing and the hollering and it's not for a long time. And I think the bigger part for me too is the resources. So calling the street sweeper to come back because the kids are parked. Or my husband and the neighbor had to help navigate a garbage truck through because she was stuck and the kids were on the way. Or calling bylaw over and over and over. Ticketing. I keep thinking, why are we doing this? There's got to be a solution to really catering to these students who are not behaving correctly, yes, but who are not being obviously supplied with some kind of parking option that makes sense for them. Something's wrong here.
Thank you. Yeah, speaking of solutions, so if I understood correctly, Dean Crescent does not have parking restrictions because under the current rules, it has to be applied to the whole crescent. Or is that what I understood?
Well, initially, yes. And then I barked fairly loudly and said, look, it's the south part of the crescent because the crescent is large. And I think there was another survey. We didn't know about it. It went out from someone. I didn't get the results. The initial survey was done by my neighbors door to door. And part of the problem were some of our neighbors didn't understand the parameters of the permits and thought it was punitive to them. And so they're like, oh, no, this is punitive. Why would I hurt myself to accommodate the kids? And so I've gone all over the policy top to bottom, and there are some gaps there, but there's also this understanding within the survey that doesn't make sense to the neighbors. And they're like, well, this could be punitive. So they're saying no, right? And say, oh yeah, this could benefit all of us. And yeah, it is difficult. So I'm not sure what Mr. Schick is bringing forward, but he and I have had lengthy discussions about the percentages of neighbors that have to agree. So what it leaves with is a percentage of us sitting with, what about us?
Sure.
You know?
Yeah, and as the mayor said, I'll have some questions later on when we have that
Sure.
presentation. Don't want to take up rest of council's time. If
Okay.
you want to send me an email later, I can share with you some of the strategies we're working on at St. Albert High, just internally from a school perspective, and maybe have some suggestions that might help in your situation as well.
Yeah, happy to look for a solution. Thanks for your time.
Joy, just one quick, you said, just to clarify, when you talk to Belrose High School, are they at full capacity with their like they don't have parking spots available for rent, or you don't have that figure?
I don't have that figure, but just driving by, and observing, it appears there's empty spots.
Okay.
And as I said, the kids have told us it's really hard for them to get out because it's
Yeah.
busy. Drew is really busy.
For sure.
I'm not saying add more lights. My goodness, please don't. People will hang me up if I say add another light. But there may be a place there for some sort of traffic control. I don't know. I'm not a traffic person, but
For sure.
something has to happen.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Certainly appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Okay, I guess we'll move to item 4, which is business arising from our presentation, delegations and announcements. This would be an opportunity for us to start asking questions to admin if there are any regarding the presentations that we've heard. So if there are any, I would open it up at this point.
Yeah, Mayor, and you mentioned my recommendation would be the parking questions to
We'll hold-
hold until
Because
some of those
7.1,
issues
yeah,
may come in, but absolutely open
For
at
sure.
that time. Yeah.
if there's any general questions, otherwise, yeah, we will hold those to 7.1. That's totally fine. Nobody's rushing to the speaker board, so I'd ask for a motion to approval of the minutes from the standing committee of the whole meetings from April 14th, please.
Where's my name? It was up and then it went.
Oh, thank you very much, Sandy.
That the Standing Committee of the Whole meeting minutes of April 14th, 2026 be adopted as presented.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote, please. And that passed unanimously. Just so we're, Mr. Fletcher with Councillor Patrick online, just making sure we can account for hers as well.
Yeah, we will account for it in the minutes. We're just going to fix that on the Granicus side here.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, we are flying. I'll move it to 6.1, which is the 2026 Federation of Canadian Municipalities Conference, presented by Mr. Fletcher. I'll move it over to administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I will turn it over to our government relations experts to my left, Mr. Dooley and Mr. Killo. As council knows, FCM this year is in Edmonton, so a good opportunity, I think, from a local perspective to showcase what we've got, and I will turn it over without any further ado to them.
Good morning, Mayor and members of council. I'm Monty Killo, Government Relations Advisor. I'm here today to provide an overview of the upcoming Federation of Canadian Municipalities, or FCM, conference that's taking place in Edmonton from June 4th to June 7th. FCM is a nationally focused municipal association that is a key advocacy partner for federal municipal issues. FCM has over 2,100 member municipalities from across Canada, representing 92% of all Canadians. It is expected that over 2,500 delegates in the form of councillors and mayors from across the country will be converging in Edmonton for this conference. The FCM conference will include speeches from federal political leaders and workshops on topics such as infrastructure resilience, housing and growth policies and strategies, as well as financial sustainability. There will also be study tours that will showcase areas in the Edmonton region. One of these study tours, called Metro Main Streets, delivered in partnership with Build Edmonton Metro, will include a tour of downtown Stony Plain and downtown St. Albert with Mayor Livieri as moderator. Preliminary agendas and topics for workshops and study tours are provided as attachments to this agenda report. So similar to Alberta Municipalities Conventions, the FCM conference will also include a resolutions plenary where resolutions on municipal issues of federal significance will be voted on by attendees to become adopted as part of FCM's overall advocacy strategy with the federal government. A briefing note on these resolutions will be provided to council once FCM publishes the resolutions package over the coming weeks. Given the location of this year's FCM conference, elected federal officials will be visiting the Edmonton region, and there may be opportunities for council to promote their advocacy priorities to these officials. In general, it is expected that federal issues of municipal importance will be addressed by both FCM and these attending federal officials. Some of these topics could include the ongoing impact of U.S. tariffs and global trade uncertainties on national, provincial, and local economies, the impacts of increased energy commodity prices on local government, federal government priorities for municipalities, such as the Buy Canadian policy and a desire to lower municipal development charges, and federal policies with local impacts such as housing, public safety, infrastructure, public transit, and climate and sustainability. So at this point, I'd be happy to entertain any questions. And if there's any questions that are related to intergovernmental strategy, that the committee consider moving in camera pursuant to section 26(1) and 29(1)A of the Access to Information Act. Thank you.
Thanks, Monty. Are there any questions from council at this point? Scary to think I'm moderating something, but I guess we'll cross that bridge as we get there.
I just thought you were driving the bus.
You know what? I don't know what would be scarier, but I guess I'm open to opportunities. So there are no other questions at this point. So thank you very much for the presentation. Really appreciate it. Okay. We keep going at this pace. We're going to be done in 20 minutes. We'll go to 7.1 right now, which is what's that? We're going to come to a grinding halt. Regarding our presentation from administration regarding C-TS-03 residential permit parking policy amendments. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Fletcher now.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just as Mr. Schick's getting set up here. Again, this stems from previous council discussions, obviously related to the public presentation that we've got, though not specifically focused on Dean Crescent. This is the wider policy aimed at a St. Albert angle, clearly with a nexus, however. So having said that, Mr. Schick's just loading his presentation, and I'll let him commence once he's ready.
Excellent. Morning, everyone. Thank you for having me this morning to come speak about Council Policy CTS 03 residential permanent parking. My name is Dean Schick. I'm the Manager of Transportation with Engineering Services. And I was involved in the original review, the pilot program, and the implementation since it was approved in its initial concept. This morning's presentation won't be too long. I'd like to share some background on the policy and the program, and then provide an overview of its current state with some information then highlighted for the committee on the proposed amendments and the rationale behind them. Much of this information is within your agenda package, so it might be a repeat of what you've seen, but it'll open up the door for discussion and then some questions which will conclude the presentation. The city's consideration of permitted parking goes back approximately a decade now, where in leading into 2016, there were identified trends of negative influence of non-resident parking in certain areas of the city. Key areas of initial issue included locations in proximity to the Sturgeon Hospital in the neighborhoods of Erin Ridge and Inglewood, and also in areas adjacent to high schools, particularly St. Albert Catholic High School in Mission and Belrose High School in Deer Ridge. At that time, the city had no permitted systems in place and relied on the traffic bylaw in terms of regulation of on-street parking, meaning that vehicles had to park legally in terms of like distances from driveways, hydrants, pedestrian crossings, and also were restricted in terms of the hours that they could be left on street. But there was no formal restrictions of who could park, and thus parking was open to all public in these areas. Based on council direction, administration developed a pilot program for permit parking. Its creation was informed by best practices of other communities that offered such services, their local context from input from residents and internal city departments, and then recognition of resources to be applied to the program itself. It was initiated in 2017 in 3 different areas in the community of Mission on roadways adjacent to the vicinity of St. Albert Catholic High, Erin Ridge and Inglewood on roadways in vicinity to the hospital and the Cole Alexandra Taché School, and in Deer Ridge on roadways in vicinity to Belrose High. The pilot program did follow a process for, I just want to provide clarity in terms of the assessment and the initial application. So residents of the pilot program weren't forced into the permit parking system itself. We actually applied a survey and kind of a similar process of what exists today. I'll go over the steps in terms of the background and whatnot of how the process and what the process is today. But I just want to make note that the pilot process, obviously, in program resulted in seemingly success and ultimately was approved in 2018 as a formal policy, and a process and guidelines were created to supplement said policy. In terms of clarity for the process for review and implementation of the permit parking, I'll share some details here that essentially the first step, of course, is an application. So it's not necessarily shared on this slide specifically, but the process is initiated first by a resident request. The policy does state that administration or council can initiate the response or the application, but essentially the only time that's been applied to date is the pilot study itself, with the actual process being initiated by council and administration. But then these following steps were applied, and these are what exists today. The first step, of course, is an assessment. As per policy, the adjacent land use is applicable to key areas or designated development, such as a major post-secondary high school, post-secondary school, high school, sports event facility, major medical institution or public transit station. And the area of the roadway, it has to be a residential, low-density residential, and within 400 meters of said designated land, adjacent land use. Although not part of the pilot program, in today's council policy, there is a section stipulating temporary construction. And so this would be an example of like the Botanic development where it's significant, it's greater than 12 months, and has significant influence on the adjacent land. If those criteria exist, we essentially take on the next step, which is the approval process. This is a step that confirms the intent and the desire of residents to support the implementation of permit parking. A survey is mailed out and conducted with each household representing 1 vote in the boundary area. And to be implemented, the following rates must be achieved by today's policy. First, a minimum of 70% of households must be respond to the survey, so be involved in the survey itself. This essentially aligns to try and kind of quantify that engagement of residents themselves. And then also a minimum of 80% of households must show support in that survey for permit parking to be implemented. So these two criteria, when combined, they come to about a 56% overall household support for permit parking if they are achieved. A third criteria was identified that recognizes the potential difficulty in sometimes engaging with residents and getting feedback. So a third criteria identifies that minimum of 60% of households must identify support. And that 60% reflects the overall households supporting the implementation of permit parking. If the assessment confirms that the candidate site was applicable and received to receive the permit parking and confirmation of resident support was also achieved, the final step is implementation, and administration then engages with residents to have the residents request and receive the necessary types of permits per household. To share some information now with the permit parking as it stands today, and this information was shared in an attachment to council. The current permit parking program is applicable to approximately 74 roadway candidates within 10 different neighborhoods. This doesn't reflect where we have initiated, just for clarity. This is not where permit parking exists. It's just where candidate locations meet the criteria associated with the adjacent land use and being the land use itself for residential. Currently, the permit parking is applied within 5 neighborhoods on 15 individual road segments. These areas include a total of 354 homes that are involved in the program today. Of these homes, there are 251 that actually have permits assigned to them. So there's approximately 103 homes that exist in areas with permit parking, but do not have permits for the household themselves. To date, there have been 2 locations that have not met, have met the necessary criteria to advance to the approval phase, but did not unfortunately successfully achieve the support to have permit parking implemented. These 2 areas include Dunfield Crescent West and Dean Crescent, so adjacent to the Belrose High School site. Although unfortunate for the 2 noted areas of prospective residents that desire the permit parking, the program average of involvement and responses suggest that the process itself is successful, where we have approximately 75% average response rate from residents involved in the survey, with 67% of overall households supporting and 33 non-supportive of permit parking. This is just the graphic I just wanted to share that showcases the general areas, where permit parking includes candidate sites as well as implemented. So the green boundary areas are candidate locations. So they meet that 400-meter radius to the designated land types assigned with potential permit parking. And the blue sections of roadways, which may be a little more difficult to see, are actually roadways that have permit parking applied to them. The yellow represents temporary construction areas, so the green would reflect a permanent, so it's based on a land use that isn't intended on moving or relocating anytime soon. And the yellow is essentially a temporary permit parking associated with that construction. And for clarity, the construction is the Botanica site on the northeast corner of Belrose and Boudreaux Road. To date, the program has applied noted households with a total of 577 permits, which is broken down into 371 resident permits, 157 visitor permits, and 49 permission to park permits. On average, we're finding that each household applies for about 1.5 resident permits and 1 visitor permit, with a 0.5 average of permission to park permits. For visitor permits, there are approximately 84% of homes with 2 or less, with 2 permits, and 11% actually have, 2 or less permits, are 84%, and 11% have specifically 2 permits assigned to that household. So this reflects about 95% of the users of the program are at that no charge rate of the 2 permits or less per household for the passes. Approximately 5.5% of homes have 3 or more visitor permits, which at the end of the day reflects a nominal value of revenue for potential return in terms of the policy charging for additional permits beyond those 2 free initially provided. Of interest as well is that we have not received any requests from residents to date to cancel or terminate the permit parking program once it has been initiated. This indicates for the most part that the success of the objectives of the program in the areas which implementation has occurred. And final, to review the program, just a little bit on the resource side, the program itself to date is funded with about not 30,000, $3,000 operating dollars. There's oversight performed of the program and service delivery by a single transportation representative that it provides a variety of different transportation related services to residents and stakeholders. The program coordinator engages with residents involved in the program, residents that are requesting the service as new and for review, and with residents on roadways that are not part of the actual consideration of the program, but kind of going back and forth in terms of the policy and the process and other parking considerations. The overall review of the program offers me the perspective that the service has been largely successful in its implementation, while recognizing that the measurement may not be considered in all areas, considering that we've had requests. And as we've heard from one of the residents today, that there's, certain opportunities for potential improvement to the process itself and the policy. And in saying that, any successful program can be improved and updated accordingly to try and meet the needs for everyone. To be fair and direct, just moving on next to the proposed amendments before council, speaking of opportunity to improve. To be fair and direct, the amendments proposed do not significantly suggest any functional or operational changes or changes to the objectives of the policy itself. The recommendation is to maintain the policy in terms of its service objectives and the key direct criteria associated with the implementation and overall service level to residents. I want to catch immediately that the criteria associated with the land use and residential development and distances are maintained. However, in the policy suggested rewording to try and bring clarity and just better transparency to the statements in the document. Process also remains consistent in terms of the delivery of the service, requiring an application and overall recognition of support. However, details of the steps and the values of support are suggested for change. Overall, there's some general cleanup of the policy as well in terms of the document to address some grammatical improvements, and then also the flow of the information shared, in particular in the section associated with service standards and expectations. And definitions area has also been modified to delete certain wording that is no longer applicable to the policy, such as the terms of low density residential, medium density residential parking, and proposed change with the deletion of the petition consideration from residents. Some newer definitions and terms have been added in terms of residential. This is where that reference to the actual type of development is kind of been shifted and reworded. And then visitor parking permits and permission to park permits have been better clearly added into the document as well. We've also cleaned up some of the terms for the residential roadways to be just more concise and clear in terms of the direction. The majority of the recommended amendments are within the service standards and expectations area of the policy, starting with a reference to candidate roadway areas of the program. For clarity, the results are purely around communication amendments and looking to be more direct and clear in terms of the references used, updating terms from the land use bylaw. Their criteria must still be the low density residential located within 400 meters of the adjacent influential land uses of post-secondary sites, high schools, sports facilities, medical institutes, public transit stations, and consideration in temporary construction, development construction. A section is also recommended to be added to clearly allow the program to be assessed and delivered to either a full corridor segment or potential logical breakpoint. By this, the program needs to be protected so as to not to be a service considered on a house by house case. So we do have those requests. We've had that experience where residents come in and kind of desire a start small and expand in the area. So we want to be clear with an opportunity to actually logically look at the feasibility of breaking areas into boundaries and segments, but at the same time using that applied logic so it doesn't turn into a neighbor versus neighbor type of mentality out there. And so there are such areas, and a good example is Dean Crescent in terms of an example to apply such a methodology. The objective of this clause is to be transparent about what those sections may look like. And so out of fairness, everyone is aware and kind of has fair expectations leading into the service. Continuing on the recommended amendments, the largest potential kind of influential adjustment is aligned with the approval process. We are recommending to eliminate the requirement for residents to provide a petition that right now requires 2/3 of signatures of homeowners in the area. The team has heard feedback that this is a substantial negative and is quite an act for residents to have to go house to house And out of fairness, it was essentially a duplication of survey when the city was coming in and following up with a survey no matter what to confirm validation and support from residents. So recommended removal of that aspect. It's also recommended to simplify the overall support assessment to a standard 51% of overall household support for the boundary area, which would be quantified to complement the resident survey. The existing criteria as a result, as noted earlier, with that 70% household involvement, 80% supportive responses received, reflects about a 56% overall household support. So although the percent drops 4 or 5%, it still represents essentially we're going on a democratic majority of representation on the streets for households and residents. And also what it does attempt to do is address that smaller value, which potentially mitigate some of the impact of non-resident engagement. It's hard to, quantify and give a direct response, apply no response with a mean and method at the end of the day. Depending on which way it goes, residents may interpret a no response if we say that it means lack of recognition of an issue on site, and so it results as a no. Then there's interpretation that that's favoring a no value of a response, and the vice versa in terms of if we assume that it means a yes and supportive. So that conflict is essentially looked to be eliminated and just standardize it with based on the feedback received that support services would reflect. We'd be looking at a majority to mean implementation, result in implementation. Further, although the timelines of 2 years does not change in the suggested amendments, the policy is recommended for some rewording and additional direct statements for communicating the 2-year implementation timeframe and the minimum timeframe required for the lapse before further updates or reviews would occur on the roadway. This recognizes our current resourcing and attempts to alleviate this kind of back and forth effect where a location may be surveyed, may advance, may not advance, and you can have someone essentially come back and request to have it reassessed or removed. And so we just want to ensure that it's fair that the service can be evaluated and reviewed again in the future, but there's a minimum timeline to which residents are locking in when they are engaged and administration is working with that area. There's also no changes recommended to the program allowance one additional thing in terms of the timeline as well is that it's defining a better time in the year that if we get a request for a location to be terminated to have the permit parking removed, essentially it would be just ending at that calendar year, in the end of the calendar year. So instead of like going back in mid-year or whatnot, so it becomes a little more definitive. There's no changes recommended for the program's allowance of the 2 free resident permits and 2 free visitor permits. However, there is some rewording to ensure clarity and then also some new verbiage on the maximum number of permits per household to prevent any potential advantage taking of the program and protect the resources of the service and delivery. So in line with the quantified kind of averages that we're seeing of the needs of residents, that 2 free permits is still applicable. But we're just making sure that we're trying to protect the city's interests as well in a service that's provided. And finally, there's a recommendation for rewording and additional statements to the policy to ensure that residents are aware of timelines associated with the temporary construction permitting and transparency that the service associated with this type of permitted system is relevant to the construction occurring. So we just wanted to ensure that there's transparency around that there is no communication. So when, as an example, a construction site may end its work, then that area will lose its permit parking, and it's not an engagement, it's not a survey, it's just because the permit parking was linked to said construction, it's being terminated at that time. So administration would like to recommend to the committee today that recommend to council to adopt the proposed changes to the policy, and if approved, the transportation team will update the process and guidelines accordingly to supplement the policy and provide the services direct. At this time, that concludes my presentation. I believe that I anticipate some questions around Dean Crescent. So I do have a little bit of information and some background on that specifically to share. That may align with the history as well as some updates. So if you'll indulge me. This is essentially, so Dean Crescent was assessed in 2022, was the first time that we went out on site and performed a survey and tried to initiate the process. Essentially, the survey at that time came back as fully non-supportive. That was when the full program was applied to the entirety of Dean Crescent. Learning from that aspect in 2024, it was revisited based on resident requests, and we did apply kind of the methodology of what's proposed with the policy breakdown in terms of segmenting the roadway. So Dean Crescent overall, the top row, in total, there were 72 households, 52 responses were received, which reflected the 72%. So it actually, we had the number of responses, but unfortunately, 50% of the responses supported this work, which represented 36% of homes. So criteria weren't fully achieved. We then separated into the Dean Crescent North and South. At that time, although close, it still did not meet the necessary criteria in terms of the support. To be fair and upfront, as it stands right now, the issue location from residents' perspectives and from what we've heard is the south portion of Dean Crescent. There's a PUL that connects to Giroux Road and allows walkability to the school site. It's a close proximity, but to be fair, this survey response still would not meet the proposed criteria changes. So if you notice in that south portion, there's 35 total homes. Total responses received at that time were 28, so great response rate, 80%. However, only 61% of responses requested and supported permit parking, representing 49% of total homes. So we're at a breaking point of approximately 1 to 2 homes that would swing that vote to a majority. So just wanted to be upfront and provide that information in terms of the background and methodology that had been applied to Dean Crescent and what it would mean if policy change proposed now would reflect in differences. At this time with that data, it would come close, but it still would not meet said criteria. So,
Thank you very much for the presentation. There are a number of questions. Just to, I guess maybe I'll start it off quickly with, in relation to Dean Crescent, have we considered that, a permit parking or residential permit parking here, are we just shifting the issue to another street then? Essentially, like, my concern is that we would be just shifting it, and then you're gonna start to see applications for permit parking. If you're doing it for one, you're gonna, essentially have to do it for all, and or go through this process for all. So though respectfully to Dean Crescent and the issues that are being presented, we don't want to shift this to another street in proximity. So have we considered a larger application to this so that we are not doing that? And it may not solve the issue, because if there's not enough supply for parking at the high school, then got a larger conversation to have about, the vehicles that we're talking about. So I'm interested to hear your perspective.
yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And through you, essentially, yes. So that's why initially the policy was struck to say you had to investigate the full corridor. There's the benefit to that is, at the end of the day, parking is a very difficult solution to issue to ultimately solve. In terms of parking, it's a supply demand issue, and then also just the demand is not going to go away. So it's, if you restrict certain areas, it just pushes parking into alternative areas. The intent of the permit parking itself, however, recognizes that it's there to ultimately try to alleviate the issue in certain areas, in designated areas. And so in saying that, it is the potential then that the policy maintain that full segment assessment. Because at the end of the day, I do not believe that using Dean Crescent as an example, but this would be applicable to anywhere, that it ultimately would alleviate the parking demands in themselves. It would relocate the parking, the students will park elsewhere in this case with Dean Crescent. And if it is broken down into a segment, it's just finding that feasible and kind of logical breaking point to say, where is the boundary going to be set, that those limitations or restrictions could be applied for the permit system itself to address the issue that's been responded to and has been initiated through residents to request the service. And I think that's part of the feedback of like why, Dean Crescent, why residents of the north may not be as engaged or desiring, because it's not an issue. So it's It's essentially just a philosophical approach of, do you need full buy-in for a roadway, or do you address the needs of residents impacted right now by an issue? And so in this, what's proposed to council is the amendments are giving the opportunity to address site-specific issues with anticipation that within a short time frame, residents just outside the boundary area would be requesting permit parking as well. Would be expanded.
Yeah, thank you for that. Do we have any information or data regarding, from what we understand, there's some safety concerns as well in relation to enforcement or potentially, accidents, tickets, speeding? Do we have any of that information to substantiate some of the claims that are made in Dean Crescent with the parking of high school students?
We have been engaged with enforcement. I believe municipal enforcement representatives may be online. Garnet is online.
Yes, we've patrolled Dean Crescent on a regular basis. For the past year, in 2025, our officers make proactive patrols, and we've written approximately 40 tickets in that area for various offenses, where it's blocking a driveway, parked too close to a driveway, parked too close to a corner, those types of offenses.
Thank you very much for that. And my last question would be, do we know from administration the parking supply at Belrose, and if it's at full capacity or not?
Through your chair, no, we don't. With the construction that has occurred, there has been influence to their parking, so they've lost parking because of their construction. We are planning on engaging with the school to have that discussion and just look at what may be supplied, what their demand is, and what service or considerations they can have to maybe influence and help the overall area.
Thank you very much. It's a bit of a shift since I was in high school. We used to want to hang out in the parking lot. Now they don't want to anymore. I'll move it over to Councillor Mackay for questions.
Yeah, nobody probably could afford cars back then. At least better than my problem. We had horses. Thanks. You asked one of my questions in relation to the enforcement around numbers. With the current bylaw, when we give out a tag, we don't really have any authority to tow unless it's blocking a driveway or a fire hydrant or something like that. Is that correct?
Maybe if I can ask Garnet for that input.
Yep. Yes, that's correct. If we get a call about from a resident that their driveway's blocked, we'll go out. We'll try to, at all costs, to get a hold of the registered owner and have them move it in a timely fashion. We'll talk with the resident and say, do you mind waiting 15 or 20 minutes while somebody can get here to move the vehicle? Yes, we have the authority to tow the vehicle if it is blocking the driveway and it's a traffic hazard, but we do that as a last resort.
Yeah, thank you. That's kind of what I thought. Question through you, Mr. Fletcher, to Mr. Schick. Currently around Belrose High School, are there existing parking bans? I think you identified that in one of your graphs. So I think like for areas west, I believe, and I pulled up my map. So like Dunfield, and then I think there's some south in directly across up in Lacoma Estates. Is that correct? Do you know how many parking area zones that we have currently around the high school?
We, through Councilor Mackay, we only have the one on Dunsfield Crescent East as it applied. There are the other candidate sites but we haven't received any applications from the neighbor residents of Lacombe. And Dunfield West did go through the application process, but wasn't supported by residents.
Yeah, thanks. From my recollection, last time this came in front of council, and it was a significant problem, and I know there was a couple of incidents that required RCMP response as well because of certain driver behavior. Where would you see or you're still in kind of investigation phase as to where, if you were to split an area, particularly Dean Crescent, do you see geographically a proper area? Would it be somewhere around Dunsmuir Court in that area?
Yeah, through you, Councilor Mackay, that's exactly it. We used Dunsmuir as a break point. So the south portion was essentially from Dunsmuir southwest to the main roadway there, Dunfield, I believe. And then north was the north, and we looked at Dunsmuir itself separately. So it was Dean Crescent north and south, Dunsmuir as a third segment. But that's exactly how it was broken down, like you said, at that Dunsmuir point.
When you were looking at coming up with the different policies, thank you for that, by the way. When you were looking at coming up with the different policies, did you look at like one side street parking versus, like limiting where you could park, you couldn't park on one side? I realize that that creates logistical challenges as well, but was that one of the areas that you looked at, potentially saying, okay, you can't park on the north side of the street or the south side of the street, depending on maybe location or something like that?
Through you, Councilor Mackay, we did consider best practices and we investigated that, but one of the issues would be is that, you don't ultimately solve that issue of non-resident parking, and you just push it to all traffic onto one side. And then also with that, technically that you, on a one side or restricted area, like restrictions typically mean that they're restricted for all road users. There's not an allowance where residents can park on one side of the street and non-residents and residents can park on the other. So it becomes a bit of an enforcement potential nightmare, as well as very impactful to that side of the roadway that maybe not have that permitted system in place. So the permit system, again, just for clarification, is it's not in instances where safety or operational issues exist, perhaps as an example, like sight lines at an intersection. That's not a permitted system restriction that we'd be looking at. We're looking at functionality and operation and safety. And so we put in full 24-hour restrictions of stopping or parking or whatnot. And so there's that separation that needs to be looked at in the intent of a permit parking service.
Yeah, because I mean, sometimes you see time-specific zones, right? It makes it a little challenging, but at the same time, it maybe eliminates some of the, I think, some of the residents, I believe last term, and I went and spoke to a number of the residents that live on the North Dean Crescent, and they just said, we're not seeing that problem, and we just think this is just a challenge for us, and it's an aggravation for us to get a permit parking and limit. And it goes to the presenter's kind of comments that I think a lot of people don't really understand the program. So, but I mean, I'm looking at the map again, and I'm worried about displacement, because if we do create this barrier, and to the mayor's comment, I mean, you've got everything Delwood to the north, you've got Duns, I just wonder about how do we stop that? And then I'm curious also, just along that same vein, I mean, I just can't imagine we're not getting calls from Lacombe Park East and some of those areas, because it's just directly across the street. So I guess the question I would have, maybe it's to municipal enforcement, are we getting calls in other parts of that area due to similar parking complaints?
So maybe if I can jump in on just two aspects. So just for clarity, there are time restrictions associated with where we have permit parking in place in the city. They typically reflect, especially more so around the high school sites, it's day of the week, so Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. And so we try to minimize the actual influence and impact to residents for the associated adjacent land use. Because it's a high school, we can put in the time of day that ultimately we don't want to restrict parking for residents on the weekends or evenings. It becomes more impactful and, as noted, potentially negative perception of it from residents. In some of the construction areas, the time frame is a little bit larger, where it's like maybe a 6 a.m. till 6 p.m. So it goes outside of operational hours, more associated with construction hours. From an enforcement perspective, if I can ask Garnet again.
Traditionally, Dean Crescent is we hit that first, and then the officers will patrol the areas, because there is some, as you say, it does push some of the students out to other areas of the streets. Yes, they do patrol the areas, but we're not, the main complaints that we're getting is in that area of Dean Crescent.
All right, thanks. My last question, then. Have we got any parameters around, I mean, other than handicap parking, around individual parking? Like maybe could you set up kind of individual exclusion zones? So let's say a resident just says, okay, I've had up, can I just park here? Is there an argument for or against that other than maybe a handicap parking?
And so the resource implications and the justification, like therein would lie where you would see this ongoing consideration of, like we talked earlier about the influence, even if you have a larger segment that's feasible and you have a breakdown of between intersections, you know, there's the potential that, well, a vehicle is just going to park on the other side of that sign. And so in terms of the reality, until you get us to a certain point, and then likely what would happen is they may choose a different street or something along those lines, right? So you kind of push it along a roadway. So in terms of going, that's why I was very specific in my presentation to say administration would not recommend to council to put administration in a position that we're doing on a house by house basis. It would become quite the communication and logistical nightmare of implementing, as well as, again, it just, you know, this is where you get neighbors essentially. It becomes very apparent of who wants a program, who doesn't. In the survey system, it's private in terms of the voting. We don't share information or anything like that. It's just an overall calculation associated with the responses we receive. But in that type of service delivery, you could potentially, you know, have a neighbor suggest that one neighbor's actions influence their quality of life and on-street parking and whatnot. So.
Yeah, no, I'm acutely aware of the challenges, but I thought I would bring it out so it was out in the public. Anyways, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. We're gonna just jump the queue here a little bit, but Councillor Patrick has some questions online real quick.
Hello, thank you, Mayor. I actually just had a question about just communication. So when they apply, if an area applies, how do we send out the survey? Do we mail that out? Do we door knock directly on their doors?
Thank you, Councillor Patrick. Through you, absolutely. So the first action is a mail out, and then we provide information. You know, often we'll get phone calls. So there's direct communication kind of following that mail out and information in terms of the process and, you know, what the survey may mean and, you know, any details are provided at that time. And then we provide opportunity that a survey online can be conducted, or the residents who may not be, you know, necessarily have access to computers or whatever the case, they can provide direct feedback via mail in the survey, or actually just even email us and contact us, and we can help them out providing their feedback. Our main objective at the end of the day is to ensure that we have actual feedback, is our main objective. So we try to promote it, and we did experience, out of fairness, through 2 durations of trying to engage with residents where Canada Post went on strike. And so we actually went out and attempted to door knock, not to try to get answers at that moment, but promote the survey itself and give the opportunity and recognition to the residents to give us for us to try and achieve that feedback from them.
Okay, thank you. And then just one more. I had other questions, but they were already asked and answered. So thank you for that. But I'm wondering, have we ever if I'm going off here, just let me know. But have we ever considered just doing a paid parking program in the past instead of doing a permit parking?
Through you, Councillor Patrick, logistically, at the end of the day, a paid parking program would equate to the same, because you need to identify users on the street that have such access and have paid for the opportunity to park on the street. So it's, in essence, to some degree, it's a permit system into itself. And so, yeah, but we haven't, to be fair, investigated the opportunity to say, like, these non-resident users could pay for the use of the parking on the roadway. We looked at it from a perspective, from historic, experience where residents had a concern and issue with non-residential parking. So we didn't want to ensure there was opportunity to allow non-residents. It was essentially an effort to meet the objective to mitigate impacts of non-residential parking.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll continue down the list. I would just say, maybe to Councillor McKay's point, some of the resident feedback I'd received too was that the north wasn't as affected, and initially maybe we've seen that it's not actually the case, but thinking the problem was created by the construction. But I think with the additional cars, like more students driving, that this problem is probably not directly correlated to the construction.
And I would just, if I could just ask council, I know that there's a lot of questions about Dean Crescent, but ultimately the decisions are much wider than that. So we can absolutely answer them.
Yeah.
But through the lens, I think, of the wider recommendations in terms of the policy would be my recommendation, just to keep that in your heads. And I think the other piece is, just as a broad statement, obviously council's, aware, like this is not a silver bullet. There's no panacea to this, right? And it's, the school certainly has a certain responsibility in terms of this as well. And I think that engagement, it was gratifying to hear the residents talk to the administration of the school, and they're working through it. But I think there needs to be a holistic look at this component as well.
Thank you very much. I'll move it to Councillor Hughes now.
Sure. Thank you. So are we intending, following this, to actually communicate with the school and figure out what they can do to work collaboratively? Because just from the feedback we heard from the lady that came, it really appears that they're just pushing off the problem as if they don't want to really address it. That's what it appears to be. So are we intending to have a communication about this and saying, like, this needs to be worked collaboratively? This is a problem that's causing issues.
Through you, Councillor Hughes, absolutely. We are going to try. I know it's tough. We've in the past tried to engage with school and we've been successful. I want to say that out of fairness, leading into their on-site construction, they recognize and, to some degree, were limited in what they believe could be opportunity for them to take any action. In following up, we anticipate the construction is coming close to an end on that site, with expectations that it'll be completed prior to the next school year. And so we want to engage with them, and we'll be reaching out to try and get their attention. But it's a tough request to some degree, what we've heard in the last 5 weeks of school, but we'll be doing our best to engage with them prior to the next school year start.
This may be something we want to talk about with the school board meetings. Because the one thing I'm looking at, like, and I realize we're discussing this because we had this come forward, but there's a lot of grass space in front of Belrose, which is very pretty, but like Paul Kane sacrificed their grass space for more parking to try to address the student demand. So, I mean, this could be a discussion of, like, how important is that grass to you versus actually addressing the problem? And maybe they need to go to the province to talk about it. I don't know, or who would actually be involved in making that decision to fund that pavement. But that could be a topic we want to talk about in a timely fashion. The other question I had is, okay, so how do we determine the boundary? Because when I look at the one, for example, specifically, I realize we aren't talking about just Dean, but just period. So we say, this is north, this is south. But how do we determine, like, house 31 is it and not house 33?
Through you, Councillor Hughes. So what we look at is kind of natural breakpoints in the roadway. So it could be an intersection, that's low hanging fruit from a logistics point of view. There may be PULs or breakpoints as well. Like, so the sidewalk connections that link in and give a bit of a gap or green space between homes would be an opportunity as well. The other influence is when and this would supplement, so this wouldn't be at a governance level to be included in the policy. But in terms of our process and guidelines, when we look at developing the boundaries, we look for those kind of breakpoints and try to do our best. Dean is an example again, that where Dunsmuir worked on one side, but of course it was 2 homes on another. So there may be instances where you legitimately have a home that is part of a program and the neighbor may not be part of the program. It just is going to be site dependent, site specific. That's not optimal, but it would be a consideration. And then with that as well, we would do an assessment of walkable distance is typically in and around 400 meters. So what we want to do is that radius, again, the candidate roadways are all within that 400 meters, but with that is actually the details of, well, what's the actual pedestrian desire path? And so you're looking at that and calculating that distance. And in this case, Dean Crescent, again, there's a PUL to the south
Right.
that is low-hanging fruit for students to gain quick access to the school site. And other site conditions, you know, again, we'd be looking at that to try and inform on a logical breaking point. You know, because from our perspective in delivering the service, we want to make sure that it's, we're able to validate it, right? The rationale in the background into why we break roadways in the future down into segments. And some roadways may not be able to be broken down. They may be too small, they may not be, you know, just may not have a logical break point. So that consideration, I just want to be very clear to say, it may not be a consideration for all candidate sites.
Right.
But in certain areas, it may be applicable and beneficial and feasible.
So, because here's my question. So like let's say we did it and we say that this is a natural break point and we did let's say 30 homes, right? And then the last 4 on either 2 on either side are like, I don't need to do it because it's not affecting me. But everybody else in the middle, it's affecting. So is there, like, when we look at this, I know because we're making a hard line, but we may be taking it from people that aren't being affected. Now, if we put the line and we say, we're going to move it in by 2, and then those 4 aren't affected, and then they go, we changed our mind because now we're being affected, right? Like, I just don't know. Or even if we said it was that and we had the 51%, but then the 2 homes on either side or 3 homes on either side that weren't being surveyed are now being affected. And they may say, we want in as well, or something like it. I realize this is like a Pandora's box for you. But has there been any discussion of opening that Pandora's box where we just say that perhaps our limits, our survey are taking people out of it? They're saying no, but they actually, and then we just make it a smaller survey area. Like if we go from a concentration, say these 10 homes or 20 homes are actually a yes, these other ones are a no when we look at it, and therefore we're just going to do it on the yes.
Through Councillor Hughes, so yes, when that is a difficult issue to ultimately solve completely, and I guarantee you, one day I'll take a phone call from one resident, and the next will be the neighbor that has the opposing opinion, and we'll have those discussions. I think that's the benefit of the policy, and that's the intent of the policy, is that we try to be as transparent and direct in that document, as well as the process and guidelines into how some of the decision-making and the criteria are affected. When we go through and create that boundary, looking at the walking distance, looking at the like logical kind of break points or opportunities, we would have at that time, prior to its implementation, the input from residents to see who was supportive or desired the service as well. And so that could help inform where it's, you know, you may have residents that are very aware and are desiring to be part of it. So that's kind of would be maybe opportunity to be less contentious. The other consideration would be is there's also benefit to the proactive messaging that goes out in the survey information that's shared. So, you know, just recognition that we can be clear in our statements that the letter identifies saying like, this could be a zone, right? And so if I'm that resident technically on the outside of that zone, I'd be like, you know, like that's right in my neighbor. So it's partially trying to inform residents so as to not, I appreciate in one of our takeaways was in our engagement with some residents where it's, you know, the process and the permitting service itself was daunting or punitive. There's that fine line. I mean, there's that fine line between sharing as much information and the details as possible to ensure that a resident is informed and making judgments and decisions based on the information, fully aware, versus, you know, coming across as too aggressive or too negative or anything like that. But the reality is that in our process, we could try to communicate proactively with residents so they have a holistic understanding and the intent and what the breakdown could be in terms of the segments and, you know, communicate that and obviously be very open to have the direct conversations and discussions with residents to try to answer questions or meet the needs.
Sorry, so just one more question. So just with the changes though, are we intending to do that survey to figure out the parameters again, or are we still just using the natural landforms to figure that out? Because what I'm thinking about is, let's say we did we'll use Dean because Dean's on the top of mind right now. So let's say we did all of Dean and said, hey, which ones are even remotely interested in this? And if the breakdown is like 26 homes, then we say, okay, that's going to be our barrier because number 28, et cetera, don't, 27, 28 on either side don't care. And then we surveyed from there. Is there any intention of doing it that way to actually, I realize that we're trying to find natural barriers, but in some cases, maybe the people who live there are like, "Hmm." Now that being said, let's say the person who lives there says, I don't care, but then they move and the new person cares deeply. Like, I don't know how we would handle that as well.
Through you, Councillor Hughes. So I think ultimately at the end of the day, we would try, like, we would look for those natural breaks. And I'll use the example of Dean again, where at the end of the day, I don't want to suggest that the survey inform the boundary, because then we might as well just say we're going to implement it where.
Okay.
So that would go against what I would suggest is maybe the best practice for the intent of the service. But, you know, again, it's the potential expansion or considerations, like the fine details where, you know, in the case, it might be, you know, a break point where it's like 2 homes and then there's an intersection.
Okay.
So I wouldn't preclude those 2 homes. I would add them into the segment, whether, no matter their votes or whatever the case, right? We're looking at the end of the day, I just want to ensure like that council understand that the intent is to meet the majority desired like, this is not a mandated service that the city must provide to residents. This is a service that ultimately is being provided based on resident request and ultimate majority support from residents on a roadway or within a logical kind of breakdown of this, of the segments.
Okay.
And we try to use as much information as possible. If resident opinions changed, whether they had it and they suddenly don't like it, or new residents come in and they want it. That's why the renewal and the considerations of reapplications can be considered. There might be a delay of 1 year, 2 years, but the reality is no one is forced into a system for eternity, nor are they eliminated if they're a candidate site. So the process and the program does provide those opportunities. And at the end of the day as well, I mean, I don't want to suggest that I'm always going to be constantly saying, well, go talk to council. But a resident has the opportunity to come and speak to you and address you if they disagree with the intent of the policy or the objectives of the policy and the outcomes. And at that time, then I would do my due diligence and be in front of you, providing information and data and the background and the rationale, or proposing amendments based on our experiences and feedback of implementing the program with amended considerations to the policy.
And Dean, I understand the difficult position that you're in constantly, because for every person who wants it, there's somebody who doesn't. And even if it went forward, you'd have 10 phone calls to people saying, what are you doing? I didn't say I wanted it. So it's a difficult PR position you have. People think you're just doing engineering, and I don't think that's actually anywhere near at the end of what your job entails. That's it. Thank you.
And I think it's evident that if you're trying to apply a broad policy, that there's going to be nuances and what ifs. Like, there's a ton of what ifs, to your point. Like, I don't know how we're going to accomplish all of it with that in a changing environment. I'll move it to Councillor Cortash for questions then.
Yeah, thanks. Given the last 2 comments, I agree. It's tough, but I will say, I think it is working really well. I think the numbers bear that out. And I can tell you from my experience in my neighborhood, I think, you know, I get a lot of feedback on this issue, and I think it is working really well. And I appreciate the recommendations for the changes coming forward. Ken, you had your comment about pushing it out into other areas, and I like very real, right? You could have Dean Crescent, that South Dean, that decides, okay, they get to that 50% threshold, and then all of a sudden everyone's parking on North Dean. And then you might find that the numbers next time they do their survey would be a little different than the first time. But I think what I've seen in our neighborhood is so you've got the streets right around the school that are an immediate issue. And the further you push students out, I mean, either students take the bus then, or what it does is it spreads out the parking rather than it just being on 1 or 2 or 3 streets. And so they've got more options the further out you get, so it becomes less concentrated. So it does push it out, but I think it also isn't as much of a problem the further that you push it out. I did have a question about how is multifamily dealt with in this situation? So on like Marion Crescent, for example, there's a couple of multifamily units there. Is each individual unit dealt with it like as a, how does that work in the sampling, the surveying?
Thank you, Councillor Cortash. No, so multifamily are not considered in this service delivery. It's, you know, technically speaking, those sites have on-site
Right.
parking for their tenants. And the on-street parking is really, you know, again, more an actual public
Okay.
use.
So for Marion Crescent, it would just be the individual houses that would be counted for the survey if residents wanted to bring that forward.
That's correct. It'd be the individual homes.
Okay. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Bermansky.
Thank you, through the mayor to administration. Just on a second note to this problem, if your bylaw fellow is still here, the broken window theory, and I mean, St. Albert has a $250 fine for littering, and I mean, I think it's common to see littering nowadays, which I'd like to kind of, you know, rein in, so to speak. So I'd like to know if there's been any ticketing for those problems in that area.
I would have to actually look into that and get back to you for that data. That's something that I didn't pull when I was requested.
I can actually jump in here too and have some information. I confirmed, I can tell you what we're doing. We just sent out a message in our school newsletter, letting students and parents know that any student caught littering will be issued a $250 littering ticket. Whether that's on the school cameras, whether that's on doorbell cameras, and as long as we can identify the student, municipal enforcement, I have confirmed, Mr. Giesbrecht has confirmed that as long as we can identify the student and prove that they littered, that municipal enforcement will issue a ticket. So,
But we can get that data for you, Counselor. We'll get it sent off.
And cigarette butts are included as well, so, which would be helpful for fire season and such. It's the same. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Councilor Mackay has additional questions.
Yeah, just really quickly. So I mean, basically, and to your point, Mr. Fletcher, as it relates to the fact, I'm gonna ask a general policy question. So basically, this policy is working fairly well. You're bringing it back for review because just due to the duration, have identified a couple of tweaks that would make it work better and deal with some of the one-offs that we're seeing come forward, like Dean Crescent. That's the intent behind the recommendation?
That's one, through you, Councilor McKay, yes, that's the intent with this. And it was also a council motion to come back, I believe in follow-up to the previous resident presentations. We wanted to do this, and it just was very timely. We were looking at a review to be performed with a mobility strategy. And so we've had that chance.
And in reality, I mean, it's not a really cost expensive program. I mean, as you've identified, you had an $8,000 budget. You're really only using about $3,000. So I mean, really, it's been quite effective since its implementation back in 2018 or so.
Yeah, through you, Councilor McKay. I mean, I'm going to be biased with that response and say, yeah, it's been very effective, but yeah.
I'll take your expert bias opinion.
Thank you very much. Councilor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a couple of, and these are more broad-based, but at number 6 on page 52 of our agenda package, it says the roadway shall not be reassessed. To me, that seems so restrictive to our admin. Is there a way to actually address that so that at the sole discretion of admin, it may be reassessed?
Through you, Councilor Clark, I would recommend shall not, and the reason for that is the time lapse. So that just reverts back to that. We've already done the assessment. And so the assessment has been performed, and what we don't want, because we've experienced this, where it's the results come in, the process has been followed, that line has been set, and it's not achieved, or it is achieved, and then a resident of the opposing opinion desires a reassessment. So we want that to essentially protect ourselves to say the intent of that statement is not that we won't do assessments. We will follow up and do the proper assessments and deliver the policy as per the process and guidelines created. But we don't want to open it up that it's subjective, that in this case, we're going to go back, and then in this case, we're not. And so we essentially want to follow through and deliver the program based on the process created without continuously in an without designated timeframes, coming back to it to reassess it. Give it time and opportunity for residents to change, influence and impact to happen from the decisions that have already been made and implemented, and then come back and reassess it. But give it that proper time and due diligence.
Okay, and that makes sense. And one last question. The 12 months that you've addressed for the temporary construction, that seems like a long time for residents to be impacted by construction workers parking within their community. How did we determine 12 months versus maybe 6 months when we're looking at, you know, some fairly significant large buildings that are being built, not necessarily just at Botanica and Riverbank Landing, but elsewhere?
Thank you. Through you, Councillor Clark, it essentially just recognize that the intent is that longer term and impactful construction. So what it is, yeah, it's just, you can have annual seasonal construction that is a couple, 3 months, but that's temporary in nature, and often through the development permit application process and on-street construction permits and all the other city potential services, we can try to mitigate. I won't dare suggest that we eliminate, but we can try to mitigate with the contractor or the developer influence and impact. What this policy addresses is the substantial developments happening that are longer duration, and ultimately, you know, may put some onus on that may be more difficult to moderately and cost effectively mitigate from the developer's point of view. And so the city has this process to protect the residents in lieu of that.
Okay, so is there some parameter when you're working with a developer, when a building permit is issued, are they required to provide parking, or how is that addressed at all within the planning and development?
I'd say it's more of a good neighbor opportunity. I don't believe that there's anything like that we are mandated or regulatory in terms of, aside from traffic bylaw, kind of regulations associated with parking. But in terms of restricting parking on public use roadways. So again, a developer in the downtown that may be doing work can't just park on private property and park in someone else's parking. But they can use on-street parking as appropriate. But, you know, again, this is kind of I may have to take that as a general question to our development engineering group to answer that in terms of what regulations or what restrictions may be considered. But I know historically, we've attempted to communicate and engage with developers and just proactively work with them to try and mitigate on-site, like have as much on-site parking dedicated as possible, look at other opportunities. Or, you know, similarly to city construction projects, it may be a very short time frame that we're looking at. And it's one of those that you try and do your best to communicate and engage with residents and mitigate the issues and ensure services like waste management or whatnot are still maintained and keep up some better quality for the residents being impacted.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking of like the neighborhood of Charo where parking it is a premium in any event. And then if you're building a medium or high density building that you're going to get up fairly quickly, that's really going to restrict our residents. Okay, thank you.
I think the parking at a premium in the newer residential areas, though, is the result of the zero lot lines as well. And so I think we create some challenges in that event anyways. Okay, I don't believe there's any more questions at this point for administration. Just to make sure, Councillor Patrick, that there's nothing left. No, perfect, okay. I do have a request to motion, so I'll move it to Councillor Bermansky. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the mayor, that Standing Committee of the Whole recommend to council that the amendments to council policy CTS 03 residential permit parking attached to the May 12th, 2026 agenda report entitled CTS 03 residential permit parking policy amendments be approved.
Thank you very much. Just make sure there's no additional questions for administration. then we can go to a vote, please. And just ensure that Councillor Bermansky's vote is counted for him.
I just comment.
Oh, please do, yeah.
Just want to make a comment. Thank you, Dean. You're very thorough in the project. It's a difficult situation to find balance and, and represent all interest parties. So I think the amendments that you made are solid. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean. We can go to vote, please. Thank you very much. That motion passed unanimously. I'll call for a 10-minute recess, please. Okay, thank you. All right. My apologies. As soon as I said we were flying, we absolutely slammed the brakes on, so that's. We'll move it to 7.2, which is a presentation from administration on a 10-year municipal RMR capital plan. So I'll move to you, Mr. Fletcher, please.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll turn it over to the Finance Strategic Services team. I believe the presentation is actually going to encompass 7.2 and 7.3, at which point we can sort of wade through it as you see fit after that. Okay.
Thank you, Bill, and good morning, committee members. I'm going to pass it over to Deborah Johnson, who is going to be presenting both the 10-year municipal and utility 10-year capital RMR plan.
Good morning. I'm here today to present committee members with the next two agenda items, 10-year municipal and utility capital repair, maintain and replace, aka RMR plans for future consideration of approval of the 2027 RMR capital projects, which is scheduled for council deliberation on June 2nd. The city's 10-year capital plans reflect the long-term capital requirements of the city for the next 10 years and divides its capital investment into two categories. The RMR, which capital initiatives that relate to maintaining current service levels that are required by life cycle plans and are considered a replacement or rehab of existing infrastructure, facilities, and equipment. RMR is approved earlier in the budget process to ensure adequate funding is made available for maintaining existing infrastructure. There's 10 in green font of the 28 projects are funded by the life cycle reserves. Then there's growth, capital initiatives that are required to meet future demand relating to facilities, equipment, technology, and infrastructure for the development of cultivating and strengthening the community. Growth capital projects are prioritized based on the remaining funds after RMR and according to the capital project prioritization matrix tool, which utilizes council-approved criteria to evaluate and prioritize the capital growth charters to bring forward a recommended list to council. For 2027, the municipal RMR budget includes 28 projects equating to 43.5 million, of which 47.6% represents mobile and other equipment, 24.3% for civic facilities, 21.5% for roads and other engineered structures. Included in the 43.5 is 3.4 million for transit buses, which council has previously approved. Therefore, it is part of the 27 budget, but is an approved project. The 27 variance overall decrease of 4.8 from last year's 27 plan is primarily due to the decrease in budget for parks and outdoor recreation amenities resulting from the deferral of Lions Park to future years, mobile equipment replacement deferrals determined through condition reviews, back lanes for better refined design and estimates, paved parking lot for adjustment of priority sites, offset by increase in roadway rehab reclamation work in gardens and mission, and service life cycle for HVAC and pool and pool and arena equipment. The 27 utility RMR budget includes 9 projects equating to 26 million. The 10-year utility capital plan impacts the SCC, the supplementary capital fee, portion of the utility rates. The plan is increased 34.2 million over the 26 through 35 utility plan, which is due to several factors. The budget for 28 through 35 has increased 21.2 million over prior years and is due to cost inflation, expanded scope changes for aging infrastructure, more concise cost estimates, i.e. expanded scope for water and wastewater RMR, additional water and sanitary main renewals expected in the next 10 years, and reduced scope for stormwater, fewer outfall replacements, and leveraging of trenchless rehabilitation technologies for stormwater mains rather than replacement in the next 10 years. This is offset by a reduction of 0.8 million when comparing the 26 and 36 budget due to the scope changes just mentioned. The 27 variance from last year's 27 plan had an increase, of 13.7 million, primarily due to refinement of scope for downtown utilities renewal project and refined cost estimates. the 27 budget and RMR plans are brought forward at this time as the city is committed to funding existing infrastructure prior to consideration of new capital growth. And while approval occurs in June, spending will not be permitted until 2027. Early approval provides administration the opportunity to begin the preparation of RFP bids and review the availability of grant funding. I just wanted to note that there is an old reference to Grandin in one of the utility charters. I acknowledge and apologize for the reference. If desired, council members may submit postponed motions through the council website by May 22nd. Administration will prepare backgrounders on these motions, and the 10-year plan, along with all postponed motions, will be deliberated at the June 2nd meeting. That concludes our presentation, and staff are available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Open it up to council for any questions at this time. Councillor Hughes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I don't have a ton of questions on this. I just wanted to acknowledge that to Dean, I don't know if he's still watching, maybe from a distance, and to Mr. Fletcher, I've asked multiple times for the maps of what's happening on the roads, the sidewalks, et cetera, and you guys delivered beautifully. So I just wanted to acknowledge that because it's answered a lot of questions, and I really do appreciate that. I just as relates to this year, is there going to be, do we put up a map anywhere on our website saying these are the roads, sidewalks, et cetera, that we are doing, like that are actively being done this year?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. We actually have our interactive construction map, and so that is online and publicly accessible, and you can essentially click on each component of that, and it will provide additional information on that specific project.
Okay. Is it possible to make it a link from our main page or something? 'Cause I just know that as far as construction goes, people care when they get at the construction on their street. So I don't know if that's a thing that we're doing, but that might be something that we want to highlight.
Nope, thank you, Councillor. Yep. I'm not sure if it's already there or not, but I will take a look at that and we can do that for sure.
Okay, I don't see anything the RMR budget in general is not a super sexy budget in that it's not super fun things to do, but it's absolutely essential for actually keeping our city to the standard that people are expecting it. So other than that, but I just really want to acknowledge those maps. I know it took a bit of time to make all of them, and I just kept watching every one of them appear, and I just thank you for doing that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And maybe just to echo that, I think some of the comments we get from the community is just understanding what those projects are. And I think it'd be very beneficial to communicate that so they understand what's going on and kind of the overall impact and how thorough we are in maintaining that stuff that maybe you can't see on a daily basis. So Councillor Cortesh, please go ahead.
Thanks. I'm laughing because the RMR is so important. And one of my favorite stories from the election was knocking on a couple doors in Braeside and the one neighbor, oh, Neil, you got to come see this. Look at the sidewalks here. They're like, the city came and replaced these sidewalks and they absolutely didn't need to be done. And what waste of money. And then the very next door neighbor, oh, thank God, I've been complaining about these sidewalks for years and the city finally came and fixed them. And so, it's nice. Yeah, we obviously need to have this kind of repair work. And it's nice when residents know what's happening. I've directed a lot of people to that construction website to show them, but sort of along those lines, I was asking, I think at the last meeting, we heard there's maybe a development of a sort of an online, what was it called? Some sort of, I asked about a ranking list for traffic intersections. We might have a tool where residents can see that dashboard. That was the term. So in terms of which streets are getting redone, which curbs, which sidewalks, is that we maintain kind of a ranking with here's the agenda the next 5-10 years? Is that available to the public? Will that be on that dashboard as well?
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Schick virtually to talk about that. But in broad-based, yes, it's based on the condition assessment, the life cycle overview. And so we do have an idea of what's coming down the hopper. But Mr. Schick, if you want to add some useful context to that, please go ahead.
While he's getting on there, just a little anecdote. I've got not anecdote, but I've had this kind of CI or information request I've been sitting on for a while. This is probably too operational for now, but I had resident in Erin Ridge saying, hey, we're getting our curbs replaced in Erin Ridge, which is a relatively new area. And then I had some residents in Mission where the curbs kind of all but non-existent anymore. It's deteriorated so much. And so the question was, how come we're redoing curbs in Aaron Ridge, but not in Mission where they are totally gone? So I don't know if that's part of this planning process.
Sorry, through you, Councillor Kotosh. Yeah, so we do have that information. I would suggest that we have no concerns likely sharing kind of the annual programs. In terms of candidate sites, there's a lot of influences, even the seasonal influences in terms of deterioration and whatnot that ultimately can influence the prioritization and ultimately the programming. And so we don't typically proactively engage and communicate what the, 2+ year programs may be in the future. We do share when there's increase with residents, specifically on a site. They may ask about the timelines for their potential roadway, their immediate roadway or area of concerns, and we share like when they are in the plan, similar to what councillors may see on a council inquiry or information request. So we have that information, but there is risks associated with communicating good intention plans at the end of the day. And so we like to communicate what our intent is for the following year. Obviously, we, as with any kind of programming, we should know what we're doing next year. We should be very confident what we're doing year 2 and 3, but knowing that there's influences and variables that may happen that ultimately influence said actual delivery of construction. So there is no intent at this moment to show a dashboard necessarily publicly in terms of those candidate sites and those timelines.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Thanks for that. So I guess just to help me out, what do you do, or maybe other councillors can answer, but so resident says, when are my curbs getting done? What do I tell them? Where do I tell them? Who do I tell them to call? Do I tell them to call the construction number on the back of our card there? Like, how do I answer that question? When are my curbs getting redone?
Yeah, thank you, Council. That is exactly it.
Okay.
Right. There's a number of contact that you've got some on your business card. There's some on the website. They should contact administration with that question and they'll be provided a response.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Just a quick question, maybe Mr. Fletcher, with regards to some of the major projects that we are going to undertake. They get pushed, like we were talking about stuff that was going to happen in 2026 that'll get pushed to 27, and the impact that it has on, say, the farmers market or, other events that are downtown. What's that process look like in terms of planning and I guess when we're communicating to residents or the affected businesses, like how do we approach that, I guess, maybe to on top of Councillor Kortash's questions with residents?
Yeah, in terms of the actual, collaborative approach to it, right? And so, I think people can appreciate there's a lot of stuff in the city, and it implicates different departments. So internal to administration, it's a cross-functional team, right, that brings all the players together to start looking at specific elements. A good one was mentioned, right, downtown. There's a lot of forecast, both RMR and capital investment in the downtown. And so it brings everybody together to frame out, here's all the things that are in the hopper, and then here's the best, here's all the events or people, or businesses that could be impacted, and therefore how do we sequence it, right, to maximize the effectiveness and minimize the impact. And so that's done sort of internally to come up with a strata concept, and then that's communicated out to all those involved, right? Once we have sufficient information to communicate. And so, in the initial stages, it's, hey, a lot of construction coming, not super helpful to anybody who's trying to plan a children's festival or a farmer's market, but construction coming, here's the location, here's the exact dates. That's the level of fidelity we need to get to before we have those detailed discussions with folks. And that is, I think, a good example of how those things are sequenced. So it's need driven by understanding of the implications, right? And then ultimately trying to sequence and plan it to best effect both financially from a taxpayer protection perspective, right? To ensure we're properly using the resources, and then we can communicate in a timely fashion with enough detail to let people make alternate plans if necessary. I don't know if that answered your question, but probably that's it.
Yes, it certainly helps. I guess that maybe on top of that, the assessment process, and I think, I commend administration. We do a great job in building reserves in this, to plan for these, future projects. What's the assessment process like in terms of understanding severity or urgency of, you know, some of these large projects that we're going to undertake that will have the impact, you know, whether it's downtown or in other parts of the community, and the frequency that we're doing that, so that we don't run into an issue of, well, we, you know, sure, we're planning for it, but we don't know how imminent it is. And like, how do you evaluate that, I guess?
Yeah, I don't know if there's an elegant answer to your question because it's a little bit different depending on the nature of the actual project itself, right? And so some of it, you know, is forecast to enable growth as an example, right? Some of it is forecast to preserve what we've got, right? So it's to manage the life cycle of existing infrastructure and equipment. What I would say is, you know, the evaluation is done on, you know, again, principally, it's based on, when we're talking about RMR, it's the life cycle management, right? So we know what an asset is, we know what the life cycle is, and we do our regular checks and maintenance. And so those things that need it more get it first, I would say in very simple terms. Having said that, again, going back to my previous answer, right? Sometimes there's something that might not need it for a year, but it makes sense to do it now. So we don't want to dig up a road, put in pipes, and then dig it up and put in conduit, you know, for fiber optic cable, and then dig it up. I mean, it's just stupid, right? So there's that component that gets layered on it. So the practical implementation, right, is based on, I think, you know, the efficiencies to be achieved, but all of that is based on a prioritization of the need, which again is a little bit different from a growth perspective than it would be for an RMR perspective. And so there's slightly defined criteria, and that's where the team comes together. I don't know if either, you know, Mr. Slatt or Mr. Dina want to talk to this at all.
Thank you very much. I don't believe there's any additional questions. These presentations encompass their own motions, but Councillor Mackay will bring forward the first two.
Yeah, thanks. Lots of good conversations, lots of good discussion, but really it's just put the motion on the floor that council members submit any motions for proposed amendments to the 2027-2036 municipal RMR capital plan to administration by May 22nd, 2026. And that administration then prepare backgrounders for motions for proposed changes to the 10-year municipal RMR capital plan for presentation to council at the June 2nd, 2026 meeting for consideration of approval.
Thank you very much. Do you have any comments?
No, I think that a lot of the comments came in responses to questions, and I think it's important. One of the biggest issues that we have around feedback from our residents is the ongoing condition of our community assets. And so investing in proper repair and maintenance and replacing what needs to be according to life cycle is very important. And I'm finding that as I'm personally getting older, that's even becoming even more important.
There's 3.5 years left, so we're fine. I don't think there's any other comments. We can go to vote, please. Thank you.
Well, I'm getting a new knee. I'm getting a.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously. Okay, now we need a request a motion on 7.3. Is there, they combine the presentation 7.2 and 7.3?
Yeah, the presentations are combined, but we could certainly take questions specific to
If there are, yeah.
7.3 if you wish. Yeah.
And again, no one rushed into the question podium. So Councillor Romansky, thank you very much.
I thought Councillor Mackay was going to do it as well, but okay. Thank you. That council members submit any motions for proposed amendments to the 2027 to 2036 utility RMR capital plan to administration by May 22nd, 2026, and that administration prepare backgrounders for motions for proposed changes to the 10-year utility RMR capital plan for presentation to council at the June 2nd, 2026 meeting for consideration of approval.
Thank you. Do you have any comments before we go to? Okay, thank you very much. We can go to vote, please. That motion passed unanimously as well. Thank you very much. Mr. Fletcher, in your opinion, would we be able to get through 7.4 before
I think we could certainly start it, Mayor, and it's probably not a huge stretch if we needed to pause partway through it, but I believe there are some amendments that might be coming, but we got a
Certainly
short
start it.
presentation. We could certainly get through that.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Mayor, I have one question just about this capital plan. We just finished it. I know we have the motions plan for the 22nd. If we have any questions though, like for PMs, are we still expecting a fast turnaround time or how are we going to handle that?
Yes, Councillor, right. If you've got questions to enable a motion while the deadline, we'll do our best to expedite an answer for that for sure.
Okay, because we didn't put a deadline for that. So the last thing you want to do is give you an IR at 21st or something like that. But okay, but thank you for that.
Okay, I will turn it over to administration regarding 7.4, which is C-CAO-19 for the flag display and commemorative lighting policy update.
Yeah, thank you very much. And so this is obviously coming at the direction of council to return to, and so we've always had a flag policy. The policy was updated with the installation of the commemorative lighting on St. Albert Place. First iteration was passed with some, I think some direction to go back and take a look at enhancing specifically the dates, right, and those issues that we would look to commemorate as a baseline, understanding there is a process for community input as well, and so that's the genesis of this return discussion on the policy, and I will turn it over to Paul.
Thanks, Mr. Fletcher. Before I turn things over to Corey, who's been doing most of the heavy lifting on this, I just want to touch base on Clean Air Day. We did get a request last week after the agenda report had been completed to add June 3rd to the commemorative lighting. So that's on the schedule and you can see it on the website. So it's, I think, evidence that the public request system is working really well. And we've had this in place for the last 5 months, 4 months or so. And yeah, it's good. I'm going to turn over to Corey, who's going to walk you through our proposed changes to the policy.
Thanks, Paul. And thank you, Council, for the opportunity to bring forth administration's recommended changes to the flag display and commemorative lighting policy. Before outlining the recommendations, I'll share the steps we took to gather input on the policy, explain our rationale for the recommendation. Our primary objective during the review was to ensure we achieved a balanced approach, one that provided us with flexibility while also maximizing the opportunities for residents to request commemorative lighting for days that were meaningful to them. On March 20th, we met with the Seniors Advisory Committee regarding the policy, and the SAC provided positive feedback, expressed support for the commemorative lighting program, and felt it was good for the community. The SAC recommended the city do more to profile commemorative lighting events and suggested additional dates for commemorative lighting. On April 1st, we met with the Youth Advisory Committee to get their input. The YAC also expressed support for the program, recommended more profile, and suggested additional dates for recognition. When preparing the agenda report, administration considered council's request to add some happy and celebratory days for commemorative lighting to accompany the more somber days of recognition currently in the policy. One point of note is that requests for recognition can refer to a single day, an entire week, or a full month. In those types of situations, we schedule commemorative lighting for a single day. For example, for Black History Month, we schedule commemorative lighting for February the 1st. This approach ensures equitable treatment for all recognition requests and maximizes the opportunity for other requests for commemorative lighting. With that brief overview, I'll now move to the lighting elements of the recommended changes of the policy. Administration is recommending 3 changes. First, updating the language to refer to commemorative lighting of municipal infrastructure rather than St. Albert Place alone. This will ensure that future lighting hardware additions to infrastructure or buildings in the city will be reflected in the policy. For example, the Children's Bridge will be receiving commemorative lighting hardware as part of its upcoming upgrade. Second, revising the timing of an existing day already in the policy from October to May. So Mental Health Week would now be in May rather than Mental Health Awareness Week in October. This revision reflects the advice of Family and Community Support Services and aligns to the National Recognition Week that they refer to in their own work. Third, including 2 more days in the policy. July 1st, Canada Day, and September 1st, Alberta Day. Although we received a large number of suggestions for additional days or commemorative lighting from both the SAC and the YAC, administration believes it would be prudent to keep the predetermined days in the policy itself to a minimum. This is because administration would then have more flexibility to make adjustments when we receive conflicting requests, and would also be able to maximize the days available for the community to request days of meaningful to them. The attachments in the report list all the days suggested by the YEC and the SAC. Administration plans to light the municipal infrastructure on the days listed in the attachments, unless we receive a community request for community lighting on the same day. That concludes our recommendations and our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions that council might have.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the information provided. Councillor Bermansky, I believe, will open with questions.
Thank you. Just one question with regard to community requests. Do you intend on having that open all year rather than planning for the year? So, and what's the turnaround time when someone puts something forward to you?
Through the chair to Councillor Bermansky, the portal is open all year round for people to make requests. And typically what we do is we ask for a 1-month advance notice to ensure that we have time to schedule and profile the lighting event. But there are situations where we can do it more quickly, but we do ask for 1 month's notice for logistical purposes.
Okay, and how are you deciding the approvals?
We have a long list of eligibility requirements on the website, and those are pretty inclusive. The vast majority of requests would be approved without any concerns whatsoever. If there are some requests that do not meet the criteria or are prohibited, then those would be denied. To date, we have not denied any of the community requests received so far.
Okay, well, that's good. And if someone requests something this year, would that be just for that one time, not necessarily the following year as well?
Through the chair to Councillor Bermansky, that's correct. It's a one-time request for a single day for that year. And then when January of the following year opens up, then people can make requests for any day of the year. And they can do that right now as well for any of the remaining dates in 2026.
Okay, I just have a question about a specific paragraph in the policy. It's on page 252 of our agenda, where it mentions days of significance means days that are designated to raise awareness or promote action. So why did we not just use the word recognize rather than promoting advocacy or action on specific things? Because it
Yeah,
could,
sorry, Councillor, we're just looking up the policy here.
yeah, it could be worded recognize specific social, cultural, or historic events rather than,
It's just page 2 of 7.
Thank you, Councillor.
Through the chair to Councillor Bermansky, that language was part of the original policy and we did not take any action to revise it, but we're certainly open to any revisions council would see fit to make.
okay, I will add that revision after Councillor Hughes' revisions, and that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't believe there's any additional questions. Again, thank you for the presentation. I'd ask for a motion.
I can put the first motion on the floor and then make the amendment.
Sure.
That the Standing Committee of the Whole recommend to council that policy C-CAO 19 flag display and commemorative lighting attached to the May 12th, 2026 agenda report entitled C-CAO 19 flag display and commemorative lighting policy update be approved.
Councillor Hughes.
So I have that amendment for it. I understand January 1st is already on the list, so we'll take that one off just to ledge services. But that the following events are added to the commemorative lighting dates in CCAO 19 flag display and commemorative lighting policy. February 14th, Valentine's Day, the third Monday of February, Family Day, March 17th, St. Patrick's Day, Easter Sunday, April 22nd, Earth Day, second Sunday in May, Mother's Day, third Monday in May, Victoria Day. Third Sunday in June, Father's Day. First Monday of September, Labor Day. Second Monday of October, Thanksgiving. October 31st for Halloween. November 1st for the St. Albert of Louvain Feast Day, which is where the city was named after. And so I thought that was a valid one. And on December 31st, December 25th, Christmas, and December 31st, New Year's Eve. That's all I wanted to add. Yeah, just those few numbers there.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any comments?
Can we just add December 31st on that list? I don't see it there.
It may just be.
It's just too
It's down
large.
there?
but
Okay.
we'll
It is
do
there,
that. It will
Counselor.
be in the minutes. Yeah.
Okay, okay. You're trying to say something about that, Marta? Or what? Okay, okay.
Could I comment something, Mayor? Amanda, up here.
It's like,
Sorry, we can't, it's jumped out at us.
like we're gonna go to
Please do.
debate, but like, does she have a question?
Yeah, go ahead,
Oh.
Councillor Patrick.
Yeah, I just had a question just regarding Councillor Hughes' amendments, but if we're going to
Yeah.
debate, we can do it then. Okay, sorry.
Well, I think, so we're still prior to debate, I think, in terms of the amendment piece.
Right.
So you certainly could ask a question. That's entirely appropriate, Mayor, until you accept it, at which case, obviously, we're in debate, right? And I think.
Councillor Patrick, do you have questions for administration before I move it to
Or me?
debate?
No, it was just for Councillor Hughes. It was just like a kind of an amendment to your amendment, I guess.
Okay,
Uh-oh.
and she froze.
A friendly
Just
amendment,
froze.
maybe? Just regarding, did I freeze?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can you see me
Yeah.
now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Please go
I
ahead.
can
Yeah.
I can turn my video off if I need to.
Yeah.
Are we good?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good now. Yep.
Just regarding Mother's Day and Father's Day,
Yeah.
my worry with those 2 days and highlighting those 2 days would just be that we could alienate some families, like single parents or like families that are struggling with fertility, same-sex families, families who have lost their parents. So I would just like, I agree with all the other ones that you have on there, but just those two, I feel like we have, I'd rather not stick to like a binary definition, and that's, I think, why we have Family Day. So those are just the two I was
Okay.
thinking maybe should not be added on there, but
So I'm not removing them. If she wants an amendment to my amendment, she's welcome. We can do that.
Would you like to put forward an amended motion to Councillor Hughes's amended
So
motion?
I think you have to accept my motion. and then
Yeah,
if you can do
Marta,
an
maybe you
amendment
could just
to it.
walk us through the steps here now that we've got three muscle movements kind of on the table.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we haven't accepted any motions yet. So the main motion on the table, if it's accepted, will be Councillor Hughes's motion to add all of the dates. Once that's accepted, there can be a motion made to amend that motion. So Councillor Patrick would have the ability or the option to make a motion to amend the main motion to delete the dates of Father's Day and Mother's Day. And those could be done as one motion or two motions, whichever Councillor Patrick prefers.
Okay. And Councillor Bermansky, do you have amendments as well?
I do, and if this could be a friendly amendment for Councillor Hughes, it's just changing the 4 words in that one paragraph where it currently says days of significance means days that are designated to raise awareness or prompt action about specific social, cultural, or historic events. So I would like it to read days of significance means days that are designated to recognize specific social, cultural, or historic, because
Yeah.
the idea of promoting
It's slightly
protest
different.
or
Would it be a separate
whatever
motion?
is, the language is just a little wrong.
So I have no problem with your amendment, but I think it's still a separate amendment to debate.
Okay.
Yeah, so from a procedural perspective, if we could deal with any dates that we're adding or deleting first, because that's kind of the main topic we're dealing with right now. We can deal with that motion and any amendments to that motion. And then once that's handled, we can then deal with any additional changes to the policy. So for example, definition updates that Councillor Bermansky would have.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, I will accept Councillor Hughes's motion, and then Councillor Patrick will bring forward an amendment. Okay, so I will accept Councillor Hughes's motion and let you open if you would like.
Well, wait, should we open or should we allow the other amendment to happen? I have no problem opening on this. Well, I can open? I'll open. Okay. So the reason why I added all of these specifically was because they're generic. They're commonly, I guess you could say, greeting cards for the majority of them, and they're also stats. So I wanted to include all of our stat holidays in there because in many ways the government has already acknowledged them to be days of celebration, or at least days that you don't have to go to work. And I had in there truth and reconciliation to see that it was already in there. I took that one out. But the New Year's Day I took out because we already have it considered for St. Albert Day. Valentine's Day is obvious. The Family Day is a stat. March 17th, people, it's just a fun holiday. I look at that one. Easter Sunday is a stat. Earth Day is just a general happy day, I would say, of acknowledging it, so it wasn't offensive. I have Mother's Day and Victoria Day and Father's Day. Victoria Day is obviously a stat. Mother's Day and Father's Day, I know we're going to argue this in a minute. And quite frankly, there are greeting cards for Mother's Day everywhere. People acknowledge Mother's Day and Father's Day everywhere. And I understand that people, and I might be going ahead of this on the debate, but I understand that some people have fertility issues. I understand some people have single parents. I understand sometimes your father has died. At the same time, to not acknowledge your own mother and your own father, you're only here because you have a mother and father.
Can I call point of order? I think this is debate already
I
on
can
something
debate
that-
whatever I want in open. So you can debate yours afterwards. I'm just debating what I have to say for why I'm adding it. I can debate your amendment when it comes to.
Okay, it just feels like you're already debating the amendment, but it's not on the floor yet.
I am justifying every single date here. So I'm not here to
Okay,
argue my open.
Yeah, so let's just keep it concise to the current amendment that's in place and work our way through.
Correct.
Objectively, please.
That's what I'm doing. Thank you. So that's why we have Mother's Day. That's why I have Father's Day. Then the Labor Day is obviously a stat. Thanksgiving is also a stat. Halloween is just common. We have an entire month of Halloween for many people's yards, so I wanted to acknowledge that. And then November 1st is a bit of an out there, but somebody was suggesting it from one of the committees, which was that the St. Albert of Halloween Feast Day, which is the saint that our city is actually named after, seemed appropriate to include it, although I wasn't aware of it before. It's not a deal breaker for me. Christmas, regardless of whether or not you practice Christianity or not, I think that almost everybody celebrates Christmas in some capacity. And New Year's Eve is just a fun party day. So why don't we just actually have the city lit up for that before we change over with the fireworks? That was the reason for all of those. I'm trying to keep this generic, more just of a statistics from a government acknowledgement point of view, and then just fun days that we'd actually see that we'd experience voluntarily. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Bermansky, do you have I don't know if I've moved you off the list, but is this comments relating to the debate on? No. Okay. Oh, thank you. Are there any other councilors that would like to make comment regarding the amendment? Okay, so Marta, now are you making an amendment here?
I'm not making any amendments in relation to any of your dates. That's my original. He hasn't taken me off yet. That's all. I'm just hanging around here.
This is as concise as it can be. So, Marta, now can you just clarify the steps here?
So if there's a desire from a counselor to amend the main motion on the table, which is related to adding all of the dates that Counselor Hughes spoke to, that can happen now.
Okay.
If there's no desire to do that, then there is the ability for the rest of the counselors to debate related to the amendments that are proposed, and then there would be a vote.
Okay. So, Councilor Patrick, are you looking to put forward an amendment to Councilor Hughes's amendment?
Yeah, I would just want to amend it just to remove Mother's Day and Father's Day, and because we already have Family Day.
Thank you. Okay. I will accept that. And would you like to open with any other commentary regarding that before we move forward?
Yeah, I would just want to say that just in the thought of being inclusive for all families, I know Mother's Day is a tough day, and Father's Day can be a really tough day for some people. And I think that as a city building downtown, we should be inclusive and thoughtful for all of the people who don't celebrate Mother's Day and Father's Day. So there's a lot of different types of families, and I think that's why we have Family Day. So yeah, I think Family Day honors caregivers and parents and families in all types. So I just don't really think that we should commemorate them. those 2 days.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hughes, please.
Thank you. And I respect that opinion. We just celebrated Mother's Day. And we'll be having Father's Day just as a community. There's greeting card industries out there surviving on these type of things. And I think that failing to acknowledge Mother's Day and Father's Day in some ways is also an insult to everybody who has a mother or a father or who have children who want to also acknowledge that. And some families only have a mother and don't have a father, and some families have 2 mothers and 2 fathers, et cetera. But that doesn't mean that because you don't deliberately fit into that mold, that you don't also get to acknowledge the people who would like to acknowledge that. And it's just a light. We're not doing anything extraordinary. We're putting up a light, perhaps like a pink light that just acknowledges the mothers for that one day, which everywhere else is already acknowledging that. I understand it's a difficult day for some people, but for some people, any holiday could be a difficult day if your father passed away that day or your spouse passed away that day. And there's a reminder of that, like anybody who's a widow, Valentine's Day could be a very difficult day for them, right? So that doesn't mean that we can't celebrate the days that we have available to us to still acknowledge those people in their lives. So that's why I'd like to keep it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Romansky has comments now, please.
Thank you. I very much want to support the Mother's Day and Father's Day. Mother's Day is one of my favorite days, and family days. When prior to being on council, a lot of businesses actually moved Family Day and gave an extra day off in August. So I worked a lot of family days, and it wasn't really a celebration, but I get that Mother's Day dinner and Father's Day. And I mean, it's very important to many families that I know, and I understand the variables in families, but we're celebrating everything here, and that's what we're trying to do to be inclusive. My last point was we did go to the youth and seniors advisory committees for these dates, and both those groups put forward Mother's Day and Father's Day. So that was a balance from each end of the spectrum of days that they felt important to celebrate too. And that would have been a lot of people that didn't have children and people that, may have, have lost children or whatever, but they were both promoting it, both those groups. So I believe in keeping those 2 in for the greater good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't believe there's any other comments regarding the debate, so we'll move to vote for the amendment, which would.
Oh, sorry, Mayor, could I just?
Yeah, sorry, if you can close. Yeah, my apologies.
I just wanted to, I was at the youth advisory meeting when we discussed the flag commemorative lighting, and we did talk about
Councillor Patrick, I'm not sure if you can hear us, but you're frozen right now.
Can you hear me okay, or?
Yep. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'll just leave my video off for a minute.
Sure.
I don't know if you could hear me. I was just saying I was at the youth advisory meeting where we discussed the flag, the lighting display. And one part of the discussion was that we, like Mother's Day and Father's Day, there were members in there that there was youth in there that also felt like those days were not inclusive to be lit up. So this is part of that conversation when I saw that. Yeah, so just wanted to comment on that.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote on the amendment to the amendment. Thank you very much. That motion has failed 6-1 with Councillor Patrick in favor and the remaining councillors and myself against. Now we can move to close, or we can just go to vote on this one.
So yes, we will now move to the motion that Councillor Hughes
Yep.
put on the floor. So we still have Father's Day and Mother's Day included in there because the amendment to this failed. So now we will finish the debate. So there should still be an opportunity for councillors to have a debate on this motion and for Councillor Hughes to close on it.
Thank you. And then where do we fit in Councillor Bermansky's amendment? After?
Right. So once we handle all of the dates that we're adding or deleting, Then we will move on to the other amendments. So for example, Councillor Bermansky, we have one ready to go related to that update to the days of significance definition.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no other comments, I'm just kind of disappointed my birthday wasn't on there, but that's like, and I know, and maybe we need to change the lights for your birthday today.
You know, if I die prematurely, then you can put my name on there, but other
Okay.
than that, we're okay.
There's not enough lights for my birthday.
We will go to vote, please. Thank you very much. That motion has passed 6-1 with Councillor Patrick against and the remaining councillors and myself in favor. Now we will go to the amendment put forward by Councillor Bermansky, please.
So Councillor Bermansky, I know we didn't email about this, so what we have here is just an amendment. We'll put it up on the screen right away. So all it would do is delete the words or promote action from the days of significance definition. So it would just read days of significance means days that are designated to raise awareness about specific social, cultural, et cetera. Was that your intention?
It was recognize instead of raise awareness or promote action, just recognize for those 5 words.
Okay, apologies. So I'll just get this wording changed. So maybe this is an opportune time to call for lunch recess, and then maybe we can conclude the votes on this policy after lunch.
Thank you.
Sure, sounds good. We'll break for lunch. Thank you. I don't think this is going to take, we'll say 30 minutes. 30 minutes, yeah. Okay. If we are ready to go. Thank you very much. Okay, so are we updated on the language for the amendment put forward by Councilor Romansky?
Yep, so we'll just put the motion up on the screen and I will just read it out. So the definition of days of significance be amended. Sorry, that's the old one. Yeah, we'll just get the new one. So it will be deleting the phrase raise awareness or promote action about and replacing it with the word recognize. So then the days of significance definition will mean days that are designated to recognize specific social, cultural, or historic events. So that's your motion, Councilor Bermansky, if I have it correct.
That's correct. Okay, before I accept it, are there any questions for administration? No. Councilor Bermansky, would you like to open with anything?
Sure, thank you. It was just a small language detail, but most important to me, what stood out was when we were mentioning to promote action and specifics about social, cultural things. I didn't want any protest in the community, so we don't want people raising a flag to protest or advocate in the community. And it's about peace and it's about recognizing everyone and recognizing specific social cultures or historic events and keeping out the peace in the community at the same time. So it's just a small ask.
Thank you very much. Councilor Hughes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be supporting this. I don't want to have anything that's misinterpreted to make people think that we're trying to incite violence in any capacity, even if it's being misinterpreted that way. So just saying recognize and not giving any justification for any groups that may take advantage of the opportunity to move against any type of thing. This is supposed to be just recognition, not, and I don't think that anybody needs to take action over any of the events that we actually are also putting up on the board right now. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Kortash.
Yeah, thanks. I know it's a small change. I think I prefer the wording that's there already. I'm not sure how promoting action on any of these would incite violence. I think in fact, we want to promote action on Pink Shirt Day. We want to promote people to be kind to others. We want to promote, remembrance on some of these. We want to promote acts of reconciliation. So I think that promote is the correct language here and would like to see that remain.
Thank you very much. Councilor Clark.
Thank you. I'm going to be supporting this. I think the word recognize takes us out of the realm of either raising or promoting something and just allowing groups to recognize or to choose not to. So I will be supporting this.
Councilor McKay.
Yeah, I'll weigh in. I honestly don't know which way I'm gonna go, and I'm gonna listen to all the arguments in relation to it because I can see both sides of it. But when I don't like getting into kind of wordsmithing because I mean, anything you do change, you can open up the argument for something in relation to that change. So, I mean, I think the importance of this is, I mean, why do we have lights? Why do we have the flags ceremony itself is just around days of significance. So what does that mean? And it means so many things to different people, but I think the policy is around creating an inclusive framework that recognizes a broad range of the cultural, historical, and other community observances that we have in St. Albert. And I don't think changing words necessarily elevates or excludes a particular group, but it does signal the way it is currently, the way I read it anyways, is it signals respect for the diversity, but it also keeps the flexibility for all of the organizations and community groups living in our community, and it keeps it in a balanced and consistent way. So I don't see right now any urgent need to change that. But I figured I better weigh in.
Okay, Councilor Patrick, do you have anything that you'd like to add to it? No. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I don't have a compelling argument either way, and I've not been swayed, so thanks for that, Ken. Okay, would you like to close?
Well, thank you, Council. I'll thank Councillor Mackay for using the word recognize when he was debating. So that was wonderful. And in fact, the recognize Pink Shirt Day, recognize all the events. I think recognize takes it all in. So even if you don't agree with it, everyone can recognize it. And promoting action about certain things to me is telling people what to do instead of just allowing them to recognize and enjoy the holiday and enjoy what all the lighting events have to offer. That's it.
We can go to vote, please. Thank you. That motion passed 4-3 with myself, Councillor Bermansky, Councillor Clark, and Councillor Hughes in favor, Councillor Cortash, Mackay, and Patrick against. Okay, I don't believe, go ahead.
Excuse me, Mayor, sorry. So now we just need to make the final motion, which is to actually approve or have standing committee of the whole recommend to council that this policy as amended be approved. So I believe Councillor Mackay had done that motion initially at the outset, so I'll stop.
Thank you.
Yeah, my win one. All right, the Standing Committee of the Whole, oh, I don't actually, so I have to read it in again, don't I? That the Standing Committee of the Whole recommend to council that policy C-CAO 19 flag display and commemorative lighting attached to the May 12th, 2026 agenda report entitled C-CAO 19 flag display and commemorative lighting policy update as amended be approved. No comments.
But would you like to close?
No,
Okay.
vote for me.
We can go to vote, please. And that motion passed unanimously. One win for Ken. Okay. I don't believe, Marta, there's any emergent items that you've been made aware of. I've not been. So we will go to number 9, which is our IR's notice of motions and announcements. There are some IRs to be read in. Just bear with me 1 second. We have, 3 from Councillor Clark, so we can start with Councillor Clark. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is the cost of the curbside Christmas tree collection and how many trees were collected in both January 2025 and January 2026? Instead of curbside collection, would it be financially advantageous for the city to encourage residents to cut up and dispose of Christmas trees in their compost bin for regular routine pickup? Regarding curbside leaf pickup, has there been a drop in participation since moving to only collecting paper leaf bags? And if so, are we seeing an increase in grass and leaf drop off at the compost facility? Second one, given that school grounds are used as community spaces beyond regular school hours and that current school days only signage can be unclear for drivers who do not have school-age children or are not familiar with school calendars, I ask that administration provide the following information. Are there opportunities for alignment between current school and playground zone policies? And what is the feasibility of applying consistent daytime speed limits, e.g. 7:30 a.m. to sunset across both zone types? Evaluate the costs, benefits, and the implementation considerations associated with this change for council's consideration. And lastly, I am requesting clarification regarding the criteria used to determine snow removal for priority 2 sidewalks adjacent to residential or commercial properties. Specifically, how are these priorities established and what factors are considered in their designation? Additionally, I would like to understand why 2 specific neighborhoods are explicitly identified within snow and ice control policy CIS 01. What is the rationale for distinguishing these areas and how do they differ from other neighborhoods under the policy? And finally, I'm seeking information on whether there is potential for a policy adjustment whereby snow clearing responsibilities for sidewalks adjacent to residential or commercial properties are assigned to the property occupier rather than being managed by the city. In this context, what potential cost savings, if any, could the city of St. Albert realize through such a change in service delivery? Thank you.
That's it. Councillor Cortesh, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I guess I don't know if I need to withdraw something that I haven't read in yet, but the one that I sent that notice of motion for the capital thing that I guess wasn't appropriate, that there wasn't the right time. So anyway, I'll send an email to Ledge Services about that. We don't need to, that was just on the trail wayfinding capital project. And then I did have one information request, and that is if administration could please provide additional detail relating to capital project charter ENGS-080 Meadowview Lane and Railway Crossing, including relevant traffic impact assessments for both Riverside and Mission and the potential impact on the Mission McKinney intersection. Whether, so the capital charter references, or sorry, no, just, yeah, interested whether the non-McKinney Riverside access is required, you know, from an emergency standpoint, that type of thing. Additional detail on whistle cessation, as that was referenced in the report. So to what extent does relocation guarantee whistle cessation, or could this be achieved at the existing crossing? Additional details on Meadowview Ball Diamonds access with the new realignment and how either alignment affects the Arts and Heritage Foundation site plan. The cost differential between upgrades in connection at the existing crossing versus realignment at the new crossing, and anticipated Meadowview Lane Mission intersection design, whether it's anticipated to be lights or roundabout.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hughes, do you have an announcement to make?
I know I don't have to read it in, but I just wanted to acknowledge it anyway, that I had a motion that we're going to be debating for the capital growth charter for that we move the Nat King parking expansion from 2028 to 2027. That's all. Just, I know it's not necessary, but the public may care.
Thank you very much. Unless there's any other announcements other than reading into the record that it's Councillor Hughes' birthday today. I think Ken wanted to sing. No? Other than that, I would ask for a motion then for us to move in camera to continue 10.1 and 10.2. Councillor Clark, thank you.
The Standing Committee of the Whole move in camera to have a confidential dialogue pursuant to sections 29(1)A, 29(1)C, and 32(1)A of the Access to Information Act.
Thank you. We can go to vote, please. And that passed unanimously. We'll move in camera. Thank you.